we go.
Good evening. If a member wishes to speak, they should use the speak button located on the microphone unit. The microphone will light up green and the chair will be alerted of your request to speak. When the chair invites you to speak, your microphone will be made live and will turn red, at which point you can speak. When the public participants are invited to speak, their microphones will be made live by the committee officer. When requested to vote, voting will be via the yes, no, abstain buttons on your microphone unit. Details of how members voted will be shown on the screens around the room, and the result will be visible on the YouTube stream. In the event of a tied vote, the chair will have the casting vote. Are there any questions before we start the meeting? I will now hand back to the chair.
Thank you. Apologies. Item 1, apologies for absence. I've received apologies for absence from Councillor Ruth Brown, Councillor Val Bryant, Councillor Louise Peace, and Councillor Tom Tyson. Having given due notice, Councillor Mick Debenham will be substituting for Councillor Bryant, and Councillor Steve Jarvis will be substituting for Councillor Brown. Are there any further apologies? Item 3. 1. Recording. In accordance with the council policy, this meeting is being recorded. The recording will be available both on the council's YouTube channel as well as on the council's ModGov site alongside the documents from this meeting. Declarations of interest. Members are reminded to make declarations of interest before an item. The detailed reminder about this and speaking rights is set out under the chair's announcements on the agenda. To clarify matters for the registered speakers, members of the public in groups of supporters or objectors have up to 3 minutes per person. Where there is only one public supporter or objector, then that member of the public will have up to 5 minutes. There are separate groups for people registered as member advocate objectors, member advocate members, and for the applicant, their agent or representative. This is up to 5 minutes per group. All speakers will receive a warning when you have 1 minute remaining. Following the conclusion of your time, members will be invited to ask points of clarification. At the end of your allotted time, you will be advised that the time allowed has ended and you must cease, and I will be as gentle as possible. Section 4.8.23a. For the purposes of clarification, in order to vote on an agenda item at this meeting, a member must be present for the entirety of the debate and consideration for that item. If a member leaves the room at any point of the item, they will not be able to vote. I will take a comfort break at a suitable point in proceedings as required. Item 5, change to agenda order. I've agreed to a change to the order of agenda since publication, and item 2, notification of other business, will be taken after item 4, public participation. Meeting cut-off. As outlined under 4.8.24g of the Council's Constitution, if the meeting proceeds to 10:30 p.m, the item being considered at that time will be the final item considered at tonight's meeting. The remaining business will be deferred to the next meeting on Thursday, the 7th of August. Public participation. I have these participants listed. Steve Brickles, thank you. Mary Petch, thank you, Mary. Councillor Kathy Brown-John, Councillor Sarah Lucas, Hamish Borno, thank you. Zara Aka-Hughes, my apologies if the pronunciation was wrong. Parish Councillor Tim Moody, thank you. Community Councillor Beryl Brown, thank you. Emma Hogg, Councillor Vijaya Pupela Singham, Councillor Laura Williams, Richard Kelly, Paul Derry, and Julian Clark. Cast of thousands, thank you. No, there's more. Parish Councillor Peter Harding, thank you. Parish Councillor Peter Hobson, Andy Hammond, Councillor Rolf Munzer, and Nick Roberts. Thank you. And that really is the end of the list. Notification of other business. There is one item to be considered as a matter of urgency. Application 2500104FP, land to the rear of Banyas Hotel, King James's Way, Royston, Hertfordshire, SG8 7BZ. This application was deferred from the Planning Control Committee on the 17th of July 2025, as the member advocates that called in the application were neither present to give their reasons for calling in the item, nor arranged for another member to present on their behalf, nor provided a written statement for the chair to read out in their absence. Because of this, the decision was taken to defer the item to another meeting of the Planning Control Committee. However, the matter could not wait until the scheduled meeting of the PCC on the 7th of August, as the statutory period for the matter to be determined had already been extended to 30th of July 2025, meaning that the council would be liable to challenge for late determination. Therefore, the item will be considered urgent business on tonight's agenda. So item 2500104FP, land to the rear of Banyas Hotel, King James Way, Royston. Documents will have been included in members' packs, including various additional documents you will hopefully have seen. Tom, ready to present? Tom.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, everyone. I do have a couple of updates since last week's meeting, and these are as follows. The council has received 2 further letters of objection from the occupiers of numbers 4 and 29 King James Way. The full details of these comments are published on the council's website. The residents' concerns include matters concerning highway safety, lack of parking, adverse impact on local wildlife and trees. Concerns are also raised of the impact of the development on the setting and significance of the adjacent listed buildings. Secondly, a message has been received from the occupier of 33 Hunters Mews referring to some inaccuracies in the submitted daylight and sunlight assessment and querying some of the below standard results of the 25-degree guidance in that report. As a consequence, a response has been received from the applicant's consultants who have prepared the daylight and sunlight report. And on these issues, I can advise their comments are as follows. Firstly, during the daylight modelling work, these properties were not cloned as a single unit. This is the Hunters Mews properties, and this is demonstrated in the images included in Appendix D and E of the daylight report. The consultant has also provided aerial view model images for further clarity and has advised that the existing buildings were accurately positioned using the layout, the site layout and topographical survey drawings that were submitted with the application. With regard to neighbouring windows failing to retain a 80% vertical sky component, and for members' benefit, the vertical sky component is a metric tool which is used by lighting professionals to evaluate potential loss of light to an existing window. The consultant says that only 5 windows at number 33 Hunters Mews fall within the 0.80 times their former vertical sky limit value as outlined in the BRE guidance. However, all these windows still achieve values greater than 15%, which is typically considered acceptable for urban developments. With regard to the 25-degree guidance, it is acknowledged that this has not been met. Therefore, the consultants have followed further guidance and undertaken the relevant VSC checks, which reveal that adequate levels of daylight can be received by number 33 Hunters Mews. The full response of the consultant has been published on the council's website as a supplementary comment as part of the application. So if I could just move to the slides now, Chair. So this first slide shows the location of the site just north of Melbourne Street and accessed from King James Way. Most of the site is within Royston Town Centre and it is surrounded by development on all sides, including residential to the north and west, the Banyas Hotel to the south, and the health centre and its car park to the east. Next slide, please. So this is the approach to the site along King James Way from Melbourne Road, and you'll see just in the middle of the picture there the gated access leading into the site. Next slide, please. This is the approach to the site from King James Way to the north. The terrace block on the right here contains eight apartments and is of a similar, not exactly the same scale, but of a similar scale and footprint to the proposed residential block that we'll see in the slides in a moment. Next slide, please. So this photograph is looking across the site from the southeast with a Curtilage listed building to number 18 Melbourne Street in the background. The majority of trees are located around the perimeter of the site, and these trees in the background there are where the access comes into the site. Next slide, please. So this is looking across the west of the site with the converted office building on the left and number 33 Hunters Mews in the centre of the photograph. Next slide, please. And this is looking northwest across the site with number 33 Hunters Mews. You see there in the top corner of the photograph. Next slide, please. Again, this is the Curtilage listed barn to 18 Melbourne Street. There is a proposed cycle and refuse storage building, single-storey building, and this will be located adjacent to this building. Next slide, please. This is the group of trees in the northwestern corner of the site, forming part of the tree protection order for the area. All of these trees are to be retained. Next slide, please. And this is looking across the centre of the site with Hunters Mews and the converted office building in the background. Next slide, please. And this is the group of trees located north of the Banyas Hotel garden, and these trees will be retained. Next slide, please. So this map shows the general location of the site in relation to the town centre, Melbourne Street to the south, and the Neesworth Street junction to the southwest. The council car park and the health centre is located just to the right of the application site off King James Way. Next slide, please. So this plan shows the general layout of the site. Access is from King James Way, that access would lead into a 14-space car park. And then to the south of that is the proposed residential block comprising 9 flats. The block itself is outlined in white on this drawing. And then behind the block are some gardens serving the apartments, and beyond that is a communal garden area, and then further south the band of protected trees, and then beyond that is the gardens to the Banyas Hotel beyond the application site. Next slide, please. This shows the ground floor layout of the proposed block. There are 4 flats on the ground floor, with the centre apartment being a maisonette, so it has a ground and first floor element to that. Next slide, please. This is the first floor of the apartment block, and a similar layout to that on the ground floor, also containing 4 flats and the 1 maisonette. Next slide, please. This slide shows the elevations of the block. The building has 2 floors of accommodation with a 2-storey eaves height and a maximum ridge height of 9.8 metres. There are solar panels on the rear south-facing elevation, and there is no roof accommodation within that hipped roof. The roof has a fully hipped roof at both ends, which helps to reduce the massing and the bulk of the block. The external materials have been specified on the drawing, and they comprise a soft red brick and a buff brick. with some limited cladding in the centre of the building and plain roof tiles. Next slide, please. So this is a 3D image of the building showing its contextual relationship with the surrounding buildings. Next slide, please. And finally, this is a cross-section of the building, and it shows the gaps between each flank wall of the building and the neighbouring properties. So, Chairman, just to summarise, the committee will note that this is a sensitive area in the town centre and also within the conservation area. The need to protect the setting of the listed buildings to the south is also a further constraint. In addition, the site contains several groups of trees covered by a tree preservation order, and the site is an important wildlife habitat, although, as mentioned in the report, there is no statutory ecological designation for this site. Also, there's a need to protect neighbours' amenity, and this is another constraint on the development. The proposed scheme has been developed with regard to all of these constraints, and it has been considerably amended from the previously refused 15 apartment scheme, and has had regard to the conservation officer's advice, particularly in terms of storey height and its siting within the site. What is now proposed is a low density development that takes account of the constraints of the site while making the most effective use of the land in line with National Planning Policy advice. Members will note from the planning balance conclusions in the report that the benefits of housing delivery in this sustainable location is considered to outweigh what are considered to be limited harms, including the harm to heritage assets, which the Conservation Officer has advised is at the lower end of the less than substantial scale of harm. The submitted daylight and sunlight report demonstrates that the impact of the development on adjacent occupiers would be acceptable, bearing in mind the urban location and the needs of new development. Members will note the resolution is to grant permission, subject to the flood risk matter being resolved in consultation with the local lead flood authority. If the flood issues cannot be overcome, officers will report the application back to committee for further consideration. So, taking all of these matters into account, the committee is asked to support the officer's recommendation as set out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tom. This is the point where I always try and remind everyone in the room that when I ask for questions, I'm only asking for questions from the members of the committee, not the members of the public or other attendees. So, with that in mind, can I ask the members of the committee, do you have any questions for the planning officer? Councillor Winstanley.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks for the report there, Tom. I noticed it says in the report that biodiversity net gain of 10% is not possible within the site, and that will be achieved elsewhere. I just wondered what sort of, not sort of implying that they won't do it, but just what are the sort of safeguards for us as a local authority that will be achieved elsewhere? And also one other follow-up question just on that same thing. This seems to be quite a wildlife rich area with reports of owls, bats, deer, etc. When you're achieving 10% biodiversity net gain somewhere else, is the credit of the site of what's being lost potentially ported across to that new site as well, or do you just achieve 10% on this other site, if that makes sense?
Thank you for that, Councillor. There is a biodiversity net gain condition on page 19 of the report, and that's the statutory requirement where a development fails to achieve the required 10% under the legislation. And in practice, what happens is that the developer will have to approach a land bank who is offering to achieve biodiversity, and the developer will have to purchase habitat units from that developer and receive a certificate, and that will have to be submitted to the council as part of that discharge of that condition. So in response to your second question, the 10% net gain is an overall gain. So it wouldn't be in addition to what would be on the site. It would have to be overall, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? No. I have two public objectors registered. I understand that Mary Petch, that you will speak first, Mary. Right. Mary, you've got 3 minutes. I'll let you know when you've got a minute left, and I'll let you know gently at the end when you run out of time.
Chair, I would ask members to look on their devices for a map of the site, which I provided with an outline of these objections. First off, I want to say that I think this designation ignores the fact that, as a matter of fact, the Grade 1 listing provenance still stands for this land because it's within the curtilage of 18 Melbourne Street. I understand that the land has changed hands, but that doesn't in any way obviate the fact that planning restrictions which apply to a Grade 1 listing still apply to this land. And that applies to the outhouses, which you saw on the screen just now. They're an intrinsic part of the Grade 1 listing of 18 Melbourne Street. And this has not been looked at, and it's really important, historically speaking, because 18 Melbourne Street is, in spite of its 18th century appearance, actually a Jacobean building, essentially. And that means that hundreds of years of history are buried in this plot of land. It would at one time have supported the whole household in terms of their eating and other requirements. There would have been orchard there, there would have been beehives, there would have been a piggery and all sorts of other things. We need to know what was there. There's been no proposal to dig around and find out, and I'm disappointed by that. I want to say that I fully support everyone who's raised issues about the overdevelopment of this site for neighbours. I live in King James Way. We are all very worried about overspill parking. We have insufficient parking as it is. And we think that the overflow from this site will give us a great deal of grief. So other neighbours have asked me to mention that they're extremely concerned about the rainwater runoff.
1 minute.
And the fact that drains are insufficient to accommodate extra pressure from this site. Finally, I want to go behind with everyone who said that the wildlife in this particular patch is incredible. Everyone who lives here loves it, and we are grieving for the loss of it, and it being replaced elsewhere is no replacement. We don't think you've looked for the bats. We don't think you actually accept that we love it so much we would fight for it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mary. Did the committee have any points of clarification from Mary? No? Right. The second public speaker is Steve Brickles. Steve, you have 3 minutes.
And hello again. My name is Steve Brickles, and tonight I am here in two capacities. Firstly, as Director of Hunters Mews Residents Limited, representing the residents of Hunters Mews and Dog Kennel Lane. Secondly, with a personal interest as the owner of 33 Hunters Mews. We wholeheartedly object to this latest planning application on the following basis. Number one is the 20-year right to light law. The applicants have supplied, as mentioned, a detailed daylight and sunlight assessment, which is in several parts factually incorrect. I will explain why. 30 to 35 Hunters Mews is a courtyard of 6 dwellings, 4 two-storey houses, a maisonette, and 1 three-storey house, namely number 33. Their assessment excluded number 30 from the courtyard and conveniently moved it onto Dog Kennel Lane. Then they merged numbers 31 to 35 Hunters Mews into 1 Hunter Mews, calling it a 2-storey block. This is complete fiction. This can be seen on pages 16 and 17 of their report. By merging these 5 properties, this blatantly disguises the fact that 33 Hunters Mews, as seen in your photographs, is the closest and most effective dwelling to the application. It has 7 windows facing the site, less than 5.5 metres from the proposed west elevation of the building. 100% of these east-facing windows have enjoyed uninterrupted light from this site for 25 years. The light comes into primary rooms, including dining room, living room, first floor bathroom, second floor bathroom. The only light for both sets of stairs, landings and hallway are from the windows facing this site. If you apply this accepted 25-degree rule, 5 of the 7 windows of 3300 Mews would receive almost no light and be in constant shade. This is evident in their report on pages 32 and 33. Their chart and model clearly show that 5 of the 7 windows fail the light test. They are marked in red. Some windows lose 43% of their existing light. We ask that you remove this serious data manipulation from your decision-making process and instead rely on the real facts presented here. Number 2, not utilising local amenities. Within walking distance of this site, Royston has a large health centre, a banking hub, 2 day care nurseries and 3 primary schools, as well as the high street. The gov.uk issued age group for flats is 25 to 34-year-olds. This age group are the least likely to fully utilise the aforementioned local facilities. Size and density. The application is on an SSSI within a conservation area on Grade 1 listed land and adjacent to Grade 2 listed building, thus having a major impact on these properties. The proposed height is quite frankly ridiculous for a 2-storey building and is potentially designed to accommodate even more residents in the future. I hope this gives you a more accurate, more truthful and more detailed information to help better make your decision.
Thank you. Did the committee have any points of clarification for Steve? Councillor Prescott.
Thank you. It's not really a point of clarification, but I would like to, when the moment arises, to go back to the officer to question what sort of checks were made of the points that were made just then, to verify whether they were correct or whether the applicant was correct in what the applicant submitted. Not for now, but I would like to bring that up later on.
Thank you, Martin. I'm sure the officer will note the question. Councillor May.
Yes, thank you. You made reference to an SSSI in the vicinity of the development. Could you say a little bit more about that? Because I wasn't aware of that there was one there.
I can reply, yeah. A letter from Helen Saunders from Ecology Advisor to Hertford Ecology has written to Mr. Ray and said, whilst the site itself does not appear to be within any statutory or non-statutory designation, it is within the impact zone of Thurfield Heath, SSSI, to the southwest. Natural England therefore need to be consulted if the development falls into any of the below categories. As you can see, it will be in the 2nd category, residential. Hopefully that explains a little more.
Okay. Do we have any other questions? Okay. So we have 2 member advocates for the ward registered, Councillor Kathy Brown-John and Councillor Sarah Lucas. Are you both speaking or just one of you? Just Kathy, yeah. So Kathy, you'll have 5 minutes to speak, so if we can set the clock accordingly. Thank you. Kathy, when you're ready.
Okay. As councillors for Palace Ward, we would like to further highlight the key objections to this proposed development. It is too large, too dense, unduly high, too close to neighbouring dwellings, not sympathetic to its conservation area location, and does not provide for the demographic of people likely to utilise the local amenities, alongside concerns regarding light as already outlined. There are further objections which have just been referred to, recently added to the portal, one from the Ecology Advisor regarding Thurfield Heath and it being in the impact area, and the other is for flood risk, which I know the committee is aware of, but there are things that need to still be addressed with regard to that. So the point regarding the conservation area is that the development is in an area which is designated as being in the impact zone of Thurfield Heath, which is the SSI. Furthermore, we'd like to add that its location in this historic town centre, flanked by listed buildings, seems incongruous with its residential surroundings, which are mainly lower level and lower density housing. Whilst we are aware of the need for housing in our region, it seems to us that Royston has already more than fulfilled its obligation, with a number of developments already constructed, underway or in the pipeline, already passed by planning. These developments have already provided many hundreds of houses on new estates at the outer edges of the town, pushing its footprint to the limits of capacity and the ability of the town's resources, from water to services, to adequately support demand. The development under discussion seems to neither serve the need for affordable housing nor provide the type of housing that the people who would be most minded to move to this central location would actually need. Families who would use local schools and amenities would not be served by this type of development, nor would older retired people who require more access to the town centre. The points raised by the Flood Authority obviously need to be addressed, as I've just mentioned. The site's location within a surface water flow path and the risk of surface water and flooding. The authority recommends that the application passes a sequential test, which I know has been flagged up. These tests should be carried out as a matter of urgency and importance. So given these issues, plus the assessments regarding the right to light, which objectors have highlighted as being inadequately addressed in their view, as councillors for Royston Palace, we are minded to lodge these concerns and ask the committee to fully investigate and consider them. I'm just going to raise one more thing if I've got a moment. Oh, I'm under time, which is pollution. Okay, so we're adding more cars, we're adding more homes to the town centre. The town centre is already, it's got the A10 running through it. And a lot of this open green space has been a natural CO2 sink. So yes, it is a wonderful wildlife habitat, but it's also helping the residents of central Royston to breathe. There are already major issues with the road and pollution. The traffic coming through the centre of the town has increased hugely even within the last 5 years. Because of lack of access to amenities in the town centre, like the Morrisons, which we lost, people are now forced to drive across the town centre from the outside of the town, the edges of the town where a lot of these new developments have been, and they are driving through the town in ever greater numbers. I know the space for parking, another car park in the middle of Royston town, is not the way we really want to see these things going. So that's me over early.
Thank you very much, Councillor Branton. Are there any points of clarification from members of the committee for Cathy? No? In which case we will move on. Of the applicant and the applicant's representative, Hamish Borno and Zara Akahuz. Are you're both speaking? Just Hamish. Okay, so Hamish, you have 5 minutes, and I'll let you know you've got a minute left. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I'm not going to waste your time and go on for really a long time. Well, I've only got 5 minutes, I suppose, so I can't go on longer than that. So first of all, I'd like to thank the planning officer, because we've worked really, really hard with him to get this application into the shape that it's in. The application complies with both local and national policy, and there's no policy reasons for it to be refused. What we found is that it complies with ecology. This concern about the SSI, Surfield Heath, I think, is about 2 miles away from the site, has probably about 500 to 1,000 dwellings in between it and the site. So I find it tricky to understand how the site impacts on it. The light issue, I'm not sure that Mr. Brittles is correct. I think that the assessment that we did, the light requirement, it meets the BRE guidelines, and that's been verified by the planning officer. So we're comfortable with that. The highways are happy with it. We've worked quite hard with them. The pollution issue I don't think is relevant because it's not related to the policies of planning. Perhaps the councillor would like a congestion charge for Royston. We could perhaps float that, but maybe not. The conservation and heritage issue. So Mary Peck, I think you're somewhat mistaken about the actual curtilage of the listed building. The site has never been owned by that property and is not related to it. The archaeological assessments did not require us to look for these beehives that you speak of, and so again, it complies with policy. What else? So what we found is that by working on this with everyone, we satisfied all of the criteria, all of the policy requirements, and as such, the planning officer has recommended it for approval. And I really do sincerely hope that you'll be able to do the same this evening. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Hamish. Are there any points of clarification from the members for the applicant? Councillor Prescott.
Thank you. I picked up on two things. Very early on in the, excuse me for not turning around and facing you, I'm not trying to be rude. Early on in your presentation, I think you used the expression, I'm not entirely sure I would agree. And I'm very sorry, I've forgotten the gentleman's name over there. But I mean, if you have a report that's been done and is accurate, you don't have to agree with him. Your report should stand. So how much faith do you actually have in your own in your own report? That's the first question. And you made a point towards the end of your presentation where you spoke about we've spoken with everybody and we've got agreement from everybody. But it strikes me that the impression I get from the people who've spoken earlier that the people you haven't got agreement from are the people who actually live near there. So could I ask you to give a little bit more detail about the consultation you did with the local residents? Pardon me.
Okay, well, first, thank you for that. On the light issue, I have total confidence. My turn of phrase was one of politeness. I disagree with Mr. Brittles, if that's more helpful. And on the consultation process that the local authority has gives the mechanism for people to feedback, and as they have done vehemently. The decisions need to be made based on local and national planning policy, and as such, I would just remind the committee of that. That's it. I mean, I can speak more, but probably not going to add anything of any value.
Okay. Did you wish to come back, Councillor Prescott? Okay. Do we have any further points of clarification? No. In which case, I will invite the officer to respond to any issues raised. Tom.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any comments to make.
Okay. Okay, so the officer's recommendation is to grant permission with the biodiversity net gain condition imposed. As you all know, the way this committee works is we need a proposer in order to move into the debate. So can I have a proposer of a motion to approve, refuse or defer the application? Councillors. Councillor Winstanley. Sorry. Councillor Fernandez got there first.
For the purpose of moving on the debate, I'd like to propose that we grant permission with the biodiversity net gain condition added as recommended by the officers.
Thank you. That's a proposer to approve from Councillor Fernandez. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Winstanley.
Right button. Yes, I will second that.
Okay. So we have a proposal in front of us. So we now move to debate. Does anyone wish to debate the matter? Councillor Prescott, I know you do.
I'm sorry, I was looking for a glass of water, but there wasn't a glass up there. I do have some concerns because I think my feeling, and I apologise for if I offend anybody, but my feeling from the applicant is it meets all the rules and regulations, so therefore it's fine. I'm not saying it does, but that was the approach. And having sat on planning committees for many, many years, I've always felt it be more helpful to actually get the agreement for the people who live close and who will be impacted by your development. Thank you very much. There are plenty of instances where developments have to take place. We understand that we need more homes, and sometimes they're in places that people don't really want them. We hear it all the time. But generally speaking, and maybe I'm perhaps a little naive or even, rose-tinted glasses, but I do think most common sense people would take a view and say we have to have some development. If it impacts us to a moderate extent, we'll have to live with that. But where you have a situation where a developer is essentially, and again, please, I'm not trying to offend anybody, but it sounds very much as though the developer has ticked all the correct boxes and therefore it has to be approved and they have to develop it without necessarily, or so it would appear to me, taking into consideration the genuine grievances of the people who live very close and who are going to be affected. These are not planning considerations, I understand that, but there are significant planning considerations which came up in the presentations from the two members of the public. I'm not comfortable with the issue of the light, because there's either of the, I think, 9 windows, either 7 of them are going to get daylight in or they're not. So the applicant says he's very happy with his report, he stands by it, but the people who live there say, no, that's not how it's going to be. So one of the questions I wanted to come back to the officer was to ask was, how confident is the officer that the report from the applicant is accurate and is going to achieve what it needs to achieve? And did anybody test the comments of the gentleman who said that his own windows are not going to receive enough daylight? The other question relates to the grade 1 listed building, and we seem to have a straight factual disagreement between whether it is affected or it isn't affected, and I'd like to get a little bit more clarity on that. I'd also like to take my glass of water now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prescott. I'm advised that it is perfectly reasonable for me to come back to the officer to respond, to give some clarification to those matters.
Thank you, Chair. Right. On the daylight and sunlight guidance issue, I mean, just to be clear for the members' benefit, the BRE, the Building Research Establishment document, which has been mentioned, is not a mandatory document. It is a widely recognised document used by planning authorities and professionals, but it's not a legally binding requirement. It provides guidance and recommendations for assessing daylight and sunlight in development schemes. And it's also intended to be flexible and used as a tool to help those decision makers. The document that has been submitted has been undertaken by a professional lighting engineer and used the building research guidance and the recognised modelling tools as part of the assessment. And following Mr. Brickell's concerns that were raised just this week, I've gone back to the applicant's agents and received 2 further comments from the consultants who produced that report. And essentially, with regard to the failure of some of the windows on number 3 Hunter's Mews, yes, they do fail the percentages given in the BRE guidance. However, the flexibility that I mentioned earlier is needed in urban situations where it's not always possible to achieve the BRE guidance light percentages. And in fact, going down as low as 15% is considered by many urban authorities as an acceptable level of light reduction. So the agents have confirmed that in writing to me today. And in terms of the other issue that Mr. Brickles raised about the Hunters Mews properties not being properly modelled, well, there are images in the document which show that all of those properties were individually modelled as part of the assessment, and all of the windows taken into account in the results of the report. So I'm confident that this daylight and sunlight issue, which was done at my request actually following a visit to Mr. Brickles' house, has been done correctly, and the answers I've received from the applicant's agents appear to me to be robust. Sorry, I'd forgotten the other question, Councillor, the other issue.
It was it concerned the Grade 1 listed building.
Right. The listed building issue, as part of the assessment of this application, I've received advice from the Conservation Officer, and the officer is satisfied that the impact on the listed buildings, including 18 Melbourne Street, is not significant. And in fact, their conclusion is that the harm from this development is at the lower end of the less than substantial scale, which is mentioned in the framework. I think you mentioned this earlier about archaeology, and the lady who spoke mentioned that there is an archaeological condition which is mentioned in the report, and that requires a written scheme of investigation to be submitted by the applicants and assessed by the Historic Buildings Advisor Officer at the County Council. So that issue will be looked at in due course.
Right, we're still in debate. Councillor Debenham.
Could I ask our officers a couple of questions? Is this site actually designated for housing? And what could you summarise in as few words as possible, I guess, but to let me know why you think this proposal should be passed where a previous application was refused? So what has swung it for you?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair. This site is not designated as a housing site in the local plan, but it is within the urban area of Royston and also within the town centre. So housing development, or any development in principle, is acceptable and will be looked at on its merits. The previous application was for a 3-storey block, a larger block with 15 flats, and on a different alignment to the one that's shown here. That particular scheme was unacceptable in planning terms because of its height, the number of flats, the impact on adjoining residents, and also its design. This scheme has evolved from that refusal of planning permission, and the developers have followed the advice of the Conservation Officer to turn their building around onto an east-west alignment, reduce it by 1 storey, and incorporate design features that make it more acceptable in the conservation area. And I believe that that's now been achieved, and to the point whereby it's acceptable in planning terms.
Thank you, Tom. Councillor Prescott first.
Oh, me again. I took up the point that came up earlier on about the height of the roof and the potential to, at some time in the future, to add additional living space within the roof space. On one of the slides you showed earlier on as part of the officer's report, it did look as though the roof height was, it seemed to be out of proportion, but I'm assuming there's some kind of architectural reason for that. My question is, would it be possible to impose a condition if we were prepared to approve the application that would remove any right to put living space within the roof space?
Thank you, Chair. The roof is of that height to accommodate the appropriate tiles. In a conservation area, we would expect to see a plain tile, and tiles of plain tiles require at least 35-degree pitch, and a steep pitch like that would be consistent with the conservation vernacular in that area. It would be possible to impose a condition, but it's not necessary in my view, because there are no permitted development rights to insert accommodation within the roof of a flat block. There would be in a dwelling house, but not within a block such as this. But if members were minded to impose a condition, I wouldn't object.
So, mate, just to reiterate on that, what you're saying is, in order to put additional accommodation into the roof space would require further planning permission. Is that correct?
Planning permission, Chair, yes.
Thank you. Was your question asked?
Verbatim of what Councillor Prescott just asked.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if everyone wants to, I'd be happy to go for a condition just to, as a belt and braces.
Okay. Does someone on the committee wish to then move a condition? Councillor Prescott.
Would it seem appropriate that it be me? I'm not particularly good at writing these things. I would hope the officer can draft the actual words for me. But essentially, to achieve what we need to achieve, and I appreciate, as Councillor Winstanley says, it is belt and braces. Let's just make sure that it's very clear, so that if an application does come back to us at some time in the future, it was very clear what this committee had in mind when granting the original permission, assuming we do.
May I ask the officers if they can someone suggest some wording?
Sorry. Hi. I wasn't going to suggest a wording. I was just going to set out the tests of conditions. One of the major tests of conditions that they have to be necessary. In this case, given it's in the conservation area, that's even if they were dwellings, they wouldn't be able to enlarge the roof space because they're in the conservation area. But because they're not houses, there is a condition to remove permitted development rights that don't apply to the building would fail to meet the tests of being necessary and would be challengeable. Not that they would challenge it because it wouldn't make a difference anyway, but it just seems unnecessary to put the condition on because there's no way permitted development rights would apply to the building to enlarge the roof. I wouldn't be able to suggest a condition because I wouldn't be able to suggest a permitted development right that applies to the enlargement of the roof of this building. Sorry, I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you, Sam. Councillor Winstanley.
Yeah, that does make sense. But can I just check, does enlargement of the roof extend to adding dormer windows?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Prescott.
So just for absolute clarity, if the owners of the building itself, because presumably these are going to be leasehold flats, the owners of the building itself came back in 3, 4, 5 years' time and said, actually, there's a tremendous demand for extra housing. We can squeeze some more rooms inside the roof. That would be a completely new application, and we would be able to refuse it in exactly the same way as we can refuse anything else. What grounds would we have for refusing at that time? Because I'd hate to have somebody come back in 5 years' time and say, ha, we need more dwellings, so we've got to approve it.
Tom. Thank you, Chair. I think it would be speculation at this point, but issues that I can think of would be the parking requirement for any additional flats, amenity space, in addition to any physical changes to the building that might make the building unacceptable in terms of its appearance. So, but it'd be difficult to speculate until we actually see a scheme to comment much further.
Thank you. I remind the committee we can only consider the application that's in front of us rather than speculate. So, do we have any further debate? Councillor McDonnell.
I do have some reservations, like Councillor Prescott, with regard to this lovely space, it looks like, that could have been developed with agreement from the council and the neighbours and made into something really good. So I'm slightly disappointed that that hasn't happened, because like Councillor Prescott says, we see so often here at Planning Committee that there's a massive disagreement between developers and councils, local councils. So that's slightly disappointing. And I'm also slightly disappointed that there was less with the residents around. However, I do think that this is a good central location to the town centre. And I think if younger people in their 20s were moving into something like this as a starter home and having the town right there, there wouldn't be the need for a lot of cars. They would be cycling, moving around like that. So actually, although I'm torn, I do think this is a good location for housing.
Thank you. Any further debate? In which case we have a proposal from Councillor Fernandez to is proposed that we approve the application, seconded by Councillor Winstanley. So in which case could we move to a vote? So if you could indicate if you're in favour of that proposal.
That motion is carried, Chair.
Thank you. So that item is completed. Okay. I was about, we're of one mind yet again, Councillor. I was going to suggest a 2-minute comfort break because I need one as well. Chair's got to have some kind of privileges. Right, if we can, if I could gently ask those who are leaving us. I wasn't going to put it as bluntly as that, but Martin just did. So, right. So we're on item 5. We good to go? Yeah, item 5, which is application 2402889FP, land at Roundwood, Back Lane, Gravely, Hertfordshire. Naomi Reynard to present. Naomi.
Thank you, Chair. Evening. Just to start the presentation, yesterday members should have received a written update, including a highways and transport addendum that's available to view on the website, with the agenda and the committee report for tonight's meeting. This covered an update that the lead local flood authority no longer raise an objection and recommend conditions. It corrected a Highway Strand 2 contribution wording in the Section 106 table, updated the wording of some conditions, and provided summaries of representations that were received from residents and Weston Parish Council after the report was published. It also provided a highways and transport addendum, and this was written in response to the recent objections received from Great Ashby Community Council, Weston Parish Council, and the Great Ashby Ward councillors. Following the written update, I do have a few verbal updates for members of Planning Control Committee. Within the written updates, I summarised a representation received from a resident of Back Lane, Gravely, regarding a car accident outside her home last weekend. Her further representation concerns road traffic safety as a result of increased traffic on Church Lane, Back Lane, and included photos of the cars involved in the accident mentioned. There's also an amendment to Condition 5. With the agreement of the Highway Authority, the wording has changed from prior to first use and to prior to first occupation. A sentence will be added to Condition 16 to say the approved ecological enhancement plan shall be implemented on site, and a sentence will be added to Condition 18 regarding fencing along the western boundary adjacent to the woodland to say the approved details should be implemented on site and permanently maintained. The off-site play space contribution towards Merrick Close play area improvement in the Section 106 table on page 78 should say index linked. The applicant also wished to have the option of either delivering the improvements to Gravely Public Right-of-Way 10 themselves or providing a contribution which they offered. So as such, the Strand 1 section on the Section 106 table has been changed as follows. Strand 1, which are highway contributions, and once approved, the site access junctions and necessary sustainable transport improvements, both on and off site, are delivered through a Section 278 agreement. The improvements to Gravely Footpath Public Right-of-Way 10 are delivered as Strand 1 works or a £90,000 contribution index linked, and £318,517.96 contribution per annum for 5 years, index linked to the new SB12 bus service and travel plan contributions, see below. The wording of the right-of-way Condition 7 would be amended to add a sentence at the end to say, unless the applicant pays the Section 106 contribution, they shall deliver the improvement works. The resolution is therefore varied to account for the minor changes to conditions and infrastructure contributions set out above. If we could go to the first photograph, that would be great. Thank you. I'll start with some photos of the site. This is taken from the southwest corner of the site, looking east towards the existing Great Ashby residential development that you can see just beyond the adjacent Back Lane. My next photo, please. Thank you. And this is taken from the southwest corner of the site again, but looking north to the northeast corner of the site. On the left side of the photo, you can see vegetation bordering the site adjacent to the public right-of-way. The third photo, please. Thank you. And this is taken from the southwest corner of the site, looking north. Roundwood is on the left-hand side of the photo. And the fourth one, please. Thank you. This is taken from the north of the site, looking south. On this, I'm standing at the existing gate to the site off the public right-of-way, that runs parallel with the northern boundary of the site. And you can see obviously vegetation along the eastern, southern and western boundaries of the site. Next photo, please. And this one is taken from the same position, but looking west towards the woodland. I've taken photos, you'll notice some are taken in March and some in July, as the site looks quite different when the trees are not in leaf. And the next photo, please. This is taken from the junction of Botany Bay Lane and Back Lane to the southeast of the site, and it's looking north up Back Lane. So this part of Back Lane would be pedestrianised as part of the proposed scheme. The next photo, please. This is taken from the north end of Calder Way looking south. And the next photo, please. This is from the southern end of Calder Way looking north. And the next photo, please. Again, this is from the southern end of Calder Way looking north. Next photo, please. Here I'm standing kind of at the point, around the point where Bray Drive turns into Mendip Way looking north at Mendip Way. Next photo, please. This is also Mendip Way looking north. Next photo, please. This is the roundabout at the junction of Mendip Way and Haybluff Drive. Next photo, please. This is looking a view of Haybluff Drive, looking towards the site where the proposed vehicular access would be at the end of that. And note these photos are taken during the day. And last photo, please. This is taken from the northern end of Calder Way and looking towards the site. And the vehicular access to the site off Back Lane would be in the area kind of to the left hand side of this photo. Thank you. And then moving to the plans. Thank you. So this is the site location plan. The existing Great Ashby residential development is to the south and the east of the site. A public right-of-way runs immediately parallel with the northern boundary of the site, and it's within a developing area of woodland plantation. Beyond this is farmland. An area of woodland abuts the site, it's a western boundary, and much of this is an ancient woodland, and this is roundwood. Next slide, please. And this is a site layout plan. We'll come back to this at the end as well. But the proposal includes a linear park down the centre of the site. A section of Black Lane to the east of the site would be pedestrianised between Haybluff Drive and Calder Way. The vehicular accesses to the south of Black Lane would be for 96 dwellings, and east of Haybluff Drive, which would be for 185 dwellings. There'd be no vehicular connection between the two parts of the site other than for emergency access. There'd be active travel connections in the southwest to Orwell Avenue, the southeast to Botany Bay Lane, and northeast to the public right-of-way. The next slide, please. Thank you. This is a 10-year locations plan. So green is private sale houses, blue is affordable housing rented, and yellow is affordable housing shared ownership. So this plan shows that affordable housing has been distributed across the site. Next slide, please. This is a housing mix plan. It's difficult to see at this scale, but it shows a mix of properties with 1 to 5 bedrooms across the site. Next slide, please. This is a housing typologies plan. It shows houses in red, apartment blocks in blue, and coach houses, which kind of Muse-style houses with garages underneath, in green. Next slide, please. This is a stories height plan. It shows the 3-storey development in red is focused in the areas closer to the existing Great Ashby development. And the scheme is 2-storey, which is the green, and adjacent to the boundaries of the countryside. The next plan, please. And this one shows parking locations. It shows parking for residents and visitors. The next slide, please. This is the landscape general arrangement plan, which provides, kind of indicates the proposed landscaping for the site. You'll notice the buffers around the edge. Next slide, please. These are obviously difficult to see at this scale, but they give an idea. These wouldn't be approved plans, but they're supporting documents that give an indication of what the streets would look like. The top one is a street scene running parallel with the southern boundary. The second is that running along the eastern side of the central linear park. The next is the one facing onto the pedestrianised section of Back Lane. And the bottom one is the street scene of the road, which would extend to Haybluff Drive. The next slide, please. This street scene plan, again, wouldn't be approved plan, but supporting document. The street scene along the eastern side of the central linear park is the top one. And the next is the street scene along the northern boundary of the site. And then we'll just move back to the site layout plan, which is the last one. Thank you. And I thought it'd be helpful to keep this displayed while I summarise the application. So this is an allocated housing site in the adopted local plan, and therefore it will make an important contribution to the housing land supply. The proposal would deliver 281 dwellings, and 40% of which would be affordable, so that's 112 dwellings. And set against our published 5-year housing land supply position of 3.9 years, this matter weighs substantially in favour of the development. There's been a current application on this site actually since 2010. An application was submitted in 2023, and there were fundamental concerns with this proposal, particularly the layout. The current application was submitted following pre-application workshops with a multidisciplinary team from North Herts Council and also Herts County Council highway officers. And these workshops required the applicant team to fundamentally redesign the scheme to address the concerns raised to the 2023 application. The applicant team responded positively to the discussions, and the proposals submitted as part of the current application are a result of this collaborative workshop process. The proposal would include the provision of sustainable drainage systems and other associated infrastructure such as swales and mitigation basins. And the proposals include an open space, and the key feature of that is the linear park that's proposed running north to south in the centre of the site with play on the way. And this would link to the open space containing the drainage basins in the southern area of the site. So the key issues that have been raised by the parish and community councils, the Great Ashby Ward councillors and residents and users of the local roads, I understand relate to the impact of the development on traffic congestion and highway safety on Back Lane from Weston to Gravely, Calderway, Haybluff Drive, Mendip Way and the surrounding roads in Great Ashby. Concern has been raised as the impact of the creation of the bus route on Mendip Way and the resultant displacement parking. So the current evidence indicates that the mitigation measures on Mendip Way and the Calderway Back Lane are not required because of the numbers of additional vehicle movements generated by the development are small. So for example, on average of 1 per minute during the morning peak on Back Lane. And because of those additional trips will to some extent deter other drivers from using Calderway. The Highway Authority is satisfied with the scheme based on the evidence submitted and anticipates that there will not be significant harm in terms of congestion or shortage of parking that needs to be mitigated beyond the conditioned improvements to support active travel and buses. Nevertheless, because of the limitations of modelling of traffic on width-restricted roads and parking displacement, the Highway Authority believes it to be prudent to require the applicant to monitor traffic and parking, to implement mitigations if and only if unacceptable impacts are observed. So the monitor and manage approach agreed with the applicant is kind of a belt and braces solution to future uncertainty, ensuring that mitigations implemented are appropriate, proportionate and don't have serious detrimental impacts. So when making a decision on this application, we need to bear in mind that paragraph 116 of the NPPF states, development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network following mitigation would be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. Section 106 contributions have been secured to mitigate the impacts of the development on, amongst other things, education and health. The applicant has agreed an extension of the statutory expiry date of the application to the end of July. The Council can only demonstrate a 5-year land position of 3.9 years against our adopted housing requirement, and this figure falls below the 5-year figure as required in the NPPF. As the Council is currently unable to demonstrate 5-year housing supply, the tilted balance of paragraph 11D of the NPPF is engaged. It's been concluded that any possible adverse impacts of granting planning permission would not significantly or demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in the NPPF taken as a whole. The scheme therefore benefits from the presumption in favour of sustainable development, which is a further material consideration. So in conclusion, the proposal would accord with the development plan as a whole, and other material considerations do not indicate otherwise. So accordingly, it is recommended that planning permission be granted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Naomi. So do we have any questions for the planning officer? Councillor Winstanley.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. relating to the displacement of the cars or vehicles from Mendip Way in relation to the, I think, the implementation of a bus route in order for a bus to be able to get through. Where are those cars going to go in terms of parking? Because there's quite a lot of cars parked around, in the vicinity of that roundabout, encroaching on the roundabout, particularly in the evening.
Thank you. So in terms of the displacement parking, this is an issue that obviously has been raised by residents. In terms of, in order for this site to be sustainable, there needs to be a bus route, the bus stop within 400 metres of the site. So therefore, there's a bus route proposed along the existing Mendip Way up to the roundabout and back again. In the first instance, as part of the construction, there'll be a temporary traffic regulation order, which will result in some yellow lining of that road in order to get construction vehicles. That would be the starting point. At this point, there aren't other mitigation measures proposed. They would be part of the monitor and manage. So initially, the surveys have shown that nothing further is required, but that is something that will be part of the monitor and manage. We've also got Edward Lee here tonight, which I should have introduced earlier, who's our Senior Transport Policy Officer. So if you have any specific questions about highways and transport matters, he'll be able to answer them. Might want to add to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add to that, to answer your specific question about where those cars will relocate to. So the applicant has conducted an overnight survey to see what parking is available overnight, and they've looked on street as well as in the parking courts. And they've established that there is sufficient parking spaces available for all the cars that are on the street that would need to be displaced. But it is accepted that it is not known how many of those parking spaces in parking courts are available to cars that are on street. So obviously they're allocated to dwellings. So because of that, that is why one of the reasons why we've agreed this monitor and manage approach, so that the parking situation will be monitored during the build out and subsequent and continuing onwards. And if GA2 comes forward as well, then they will have to work jointly to monitor the situation. And if additional mitigation is required, we have some in there. And at the end of the kind of the list of mitigations, it would be to create additional parking spaces in the verges along Mendip Way and Bray Drive. So that would be the very last resort if it turns out there really isn't enough parking space already there.
Okay, I have Councillor Billing.
Yeah, mine was going to talk about Back Lane and increase in traffic along there, and obviously the recent RTC. You mentioned that it would be monitored for the next few years and mitigations might be put in. Is there any idea about what sort of mitigations could be potentially put in?
Thank you, Chair. The sort of mitigations that we've looked at are mostly to increase the capacity of the road if that proved to be necessary. So at the moment there are informal passing spaces. So the idea would be potentially to formalise parking spaces or passing spaces or create new ones. In terms of collisions, I mean, I don't know the details of that particular incident, but more than likely speed would be a contributor to that. And already the road is it's such that people shouldn't be speeding on it, and there's not a lot more that you can do to mitigate that. But nevertheless, it would be monitored, and if necessary, a mitigation would be found to calm traffic if speeding was an issue.
I'm going to be very cheekily before I bring Councillor Prescott on. I'm going to ask an additional question. So what is the speed limit at the moment on Back Lane, and what is it? And what's it proposed to be? Because having driven along there last night, I was quite concerned as well.
I believe, and I'm fortunately I can't actually recall, but if it's the national speed limit, then actually the speed limit is the safe speed at which you can drive on there. It is not 60 miles an hour. The intention is that through this development, it will be 20 miles an hour. So from the, sorry, I'll actually just double check on this bit and answer later, but I know that through the development, it will be 20 miles an hour. So the design of the road and the speed limit will be both 20 miles an hour. And I'll check on the issue of quarter lane in the connection to back lane.
Councillor Prescott, I rudely jumped in front of you, so you're cool.
You're the chairman, you can do what you like. One of my questions was to do with the mitigation, the sort of manage and whatever you call it. So that I think was answered to a great extent. Can I ask about on page 19 of our report that we have in front of us, the closure of back lane will redirect farm traffic through residential streets, increasing congestion and safety risks. Is that a fair comment?
Not compared to the current situation. So the road through the development will be wider than the existing back lane. So and there will be more opportunities for vehicles to pull over into side roads. So in terms of farm vehicles causing congestion, they will cause less congestion by driving through the development. But there obviously are very, very few of them. So it's not as if it's a major issue which we feel we need to design specially for.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. I have some questions about the monitor and manage, which I think was described as a novel solution. And I want to understand, has it been used elsewhere? And in order to monitor and manage, in order to monitor change, one needs to understand a base position. And that applies, I think, both in Mendip Way in terms of the parking, and in Calderway and in back lane. So do we have the data to monitor impacts? So do we have a starting position? And I don't quite understand how the planning system operates with this. So if it's monitored and established that there is an impact and the developer doesn't do anything about it, are they then in breach of a planning condition? How does that work? What mechanism is there for them not to say, well, actually, it's not really very much of a problem, and we won't do anything about it, at least until the development is complete. So how does monitor and manage actually work in practice?
Chair, thank you. So it will be at the Highway Authority's discretion as to whether the evidence indicates that mitigation is required, and it will be the Highway Authority that delivers it. So what has been agreed with the applicant is that a bond will be held for £400,000 to cover the costs of any mitigations that are deemed to be necessary. But it will be the Highway Authority, not the applicant, that determines that. The applicant will provide the data in accordance with a plan that will be agreed by condition. So again, just to answer the first part of your question, the baseline will be established after permission. If permission is granted, then the first thing that will be set up once it's been agreed through the planning condition would be to set up that monitoring. So the monitoring will start before construction starts.
You may come back, Councillor Jarvis.
So the implication is that if the Highway Authority chooses to, it can spend the money immediately, and the applicant has no further input into that. Is that a correct understanding?
So, Chair, thank you. So what I'm saying is the applicant wouldn't be the one that decided whether the mitigation was required, nor how the money that's set aside would be used. So it'd be the Highway Authority that determines what's the appropriate mitigation if it's necessary, and it would implement it using the money that's been secured. Does that answer your question? Or
does the Highway Authority have to prove that it has behaved reasonably, or does it just make the decision? And what I'm trying to understand is how this works. But as you said, it's novel. I'm not clear how it's going to work in practice. You seem to have outlined something that says there will be a pot of money that the Highway Authority can spend. Any of these mitigations are likely to reduce the amount of traffic on Back Lane and reduce the parking problems on Mendip Way. So why wouldn't they do it?
Thank you, Chair. The starting point is to use the evidence that's been provided already by the applicant, and that does not demonstrate a requirement for mitigation. So in other words, the amount of traffic that the development will generate is not sufficient to create a severe impact on the road network, and the implications of getting the bus into Haybloff Drive roundabout, the displacement of parking can be accommodated elsewhere. That's what the evidence tells us, but the Highway Authority and the Planning Authority accept that this is an unusual situation because you have effectively single lane country lanes, and it is not known precisely how many of the parking spaces are available to the cars that are parked on the road. So because of that uncertainty, we've agreed this belt and braces approach of monitor and manage. So the idea is that from the point that the site starts to be occupied, it will then be apparent what the impact has been, and if it gets to the point where the impact is not acceptable, that is the point where the money would start being spent on mitigations. If it turns out after the period of monitoring it ends and no more mitigation is required and there is still money in the kitty, then that would be returned to the applicant.
Thank you. Councillor Ian Mantle.
Thank you. I'm not going to talk about highways, which would be a novelty for this committee. Looking at the pictures of the houses, it struck me that the street scene might well be very monotonous, very unvaried. And I was wondering if had consideration have been given to breaking up the street scene so it didn't just look like a monolithic block of houses, all of the same design. And secondly, has any thought been given to modifications to the scheme as it is built out? So after some part has been built, I'm talking now about the houses and the flats, not the highways, I stress. Has any consideration been given to the possibility that as one part of this estate is built out, so it might become a good idea to change some other parts of it? Would that be able to be done easily, or would it require a new full application?
Naomi?
Thank you. So there's two questions there, really. I'll perhaps go to the second one first. This is a full application, so we're considering the application in full. So there wouldn't be opportunity to modify during the application, unless, of course, the applicant wanted to, but with considering a full application with all the details submitted. I think in terms of the design of the scheme, it's interesting, actually, your comment, because we've had many discussions about the design. Obviously, we've been through a detailed workshop process that's involved our urban design team. And actually, they're very positive about the design and feel that it's we encouraged a simple material palette rather than having often you get kind of buff brick and red brick, and it can look a mismatch. And actually, we encouraged having 2 or 3 tones of red brick. And I think actually the urban design comments are in the report, and our urban designer is very positive about the design of the scheme, and it's been something that's been developed as a collaborative process. So we're supportive of the scheme in terms of urban design. If that answers your question.
Thank you. Councillor Prescott.
Thank you very much. Interesting that they're called the urban design team. It'd be nice if they were called the rural design team, considering we have so much green space in our district. That wasn't what I was going to ask. I will be coming back to highways again, to the monitor and manage scheme. What is the extent of the area that the monitor and manage will cover? So are they restricted to just within the development, or within the development plus 100 yards or whatever? First part of the question. Second part of the question, and I think you referred or you suggested that there would be a period after which the monitor and manage scheme would end, which is fair enough. I understand that, but I'd like to know how long that would be. And lastly, how much mitigation does £400,000 buy us, or buy the Highways Department? And and you may say, oh, lots, in which case fine. But if they run out of money and they still need some more mitigation, where's that money going to come from?
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the design of the Monitor and Manage programme, that would be agreed post a resolution to grant planning consent. So it hasn't yet been agreed either the geographic scope of it or the time period. I think it certainly wouldn't be constrained to be just within the site. I mean, it is the impact on the wider road network. So I don't think it has been discussed that the interventions could be made in Weston Village or in Gravely Village, or on Calder Way. So certainly that extent has been discussed with the applicant, and I think we would expect that to be part of the proposed plan. In terms of when it would end, it would be at some point after full occupation. So you would expect to be just enough time to be able to monitor or to be able to see any emerging pattern after full occupation. So it would be within a few years of full occupation. In terms of whether the 400,000 is enough, the Highway Authority believes it is for the sorts of mitigations that we've discussed. We're not talking about building large pieces of infrastructure. We're talking about potentially passing spaces, traffic calming measures, possibly a TRO to modify speed limits. So it's those sorts of things are, a significant number of those measures could be bought for £400,000.
Thank you. Councillor Winstanley.
Thanks again, Chair. Kind of highways still. There's several mentions in the report to modal shift, which is the transition from one form of transport to another, preferably active travel. Is there any evidence to back up the hope that this will occur? Because on master plan sites that we've seen before, there've been, diagrams and illustrations of how long it takes to get from various points within a site. Now, Great Ashby is, and which this will form part of, is a bit of an exception in that it's, a development that doesn't have a supermarket. It doesn't have a secondary school, as far as I'm aware. I think it has a primary school. It doesn't have a doctor's. The train station is, according to Google Maps, a 25-minute cycle away, which is, for a novice, it's quite a cycle, particularly on the way back, depending on which way you go. So I was just wondering what if there is any evidence or data of that can back up the hope that there will be this shift to active travel.
Thank you, Chair. So the applicant hasn't assumed that this site will generate a higher level of sustainable mode travel than the rest of Great Ashby. So in terms of monitoring the impact or modelling the impact of the development, the applicant has taken an almost a worst case scenario in the sense that it would be just the same as the rest of Great Ashby. But we are expecting, and we have strongly encouraged the applicant to look at ways to make active travel and public transport more attractive, and that's one of the reasons for bringing the bus service up to the Haycroft Drive roundabout, so that it's not only will it be attractive for people who live in this new development, but actually to people who already live in Great Ashby, for whom it's currently quite a long walk to get to the bus. Improvements such as the link into Orwell Avenue and then through to the bottom of Calder Way, and then to link into the existing Stevenage cycle network. These are all things that we believe will be attractive, but I want to reassure you that the applicant has not made assumptions that are over optimistic in that respect.
As well, to say the bus service is going to be a new bus service, isn't it, which will connect to parts of Stevenage that currently Great Ashby residents can't reach. So, for example, Lister Hospital, the secondary school is more close to the old town. So that's another benefit.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Thank you. Sticking on the topic of transport, sorry. This is the first application that I've heard of the monitor and manage approach. And I think probably most of us are trying to get our heads around it a little bit. And it sounds from what has already been said that some thought has already gone into the kinds of mitigations that might be required down the line, depending on how things develop as the development develops. I wonder whether you could say a little bit more about the scope of that and the modelling that goes into it. Because obviously there's a lot of uncertainty, isn't there, in highways modelling anyway. And also whether there's any danger of ruling, or almost because of the way that we build the development in the first place, almost ruling out some of the mitigations that might be useful down the line that we're not currently aware of because of the uncertainty. That's probably a very complicated set of questions. And then a much more simple one. Do we have any evidence about the frequency of accidents on Back Lane, given that we've been presented with some very recent examples of them? Is there a timeline of recent collisions on Back Lane?
And just to answer, in terms of the danger of ruling out mitigations, I think from the discussions, most of the mitigations would be off-site. My understanding would be so. The site itself, I think if it was built out, we wouldn't rule out the mitigations because we're looking at mitigations off-site with the monitor and manage. I mean, it's something that we've been getting our heads around as well. And my understanding as a planner is that the purpose of the monitor and manage is for the applicant to monitor, the Highways Authority to carry out the mitigation works and decide what's carried out. What it's avoiding is carrying out mitigation works that aren't needed and that could have other adverse impacts. So, for example, encourage rat running through Weston, for example. So that's the reason for this monitor and manage approach, if that helps explain. In terms of, I don't know if Edward wants to answer regarding the evidence of frequency of accidents, but my understanding is obviously evidence is submitted with the application and the Highway Authority considers the information put before them is acceptable, and they've obviously raised no objections, but I don't know if Edward wants to add to that.
Thank you, Chair. So on the highway safety question, the transport assessment includes a section specifically on this. And it says that within the most recently available 5-year period, there have been no personal injury accidents recorded along the side boundaries along Back Lane. So that's the parts of Back Lane which border the development. It says that to the west of the site, 2 accidents, I should really say collisions, were reported along Back Lane. Both of these incidents were classified as slight, with 1 accident involving a collision between a car and a cyclist. No accidents resulting in injury that involved equine use of the road had been recorded on Crash Map. To the southwest of the site, a single slight accident was recorded on Windrush Close in the vicinity of the junction with Bray Drive. This accident involved a collision between a car and a cyclist, resulting in the cyclist sustaining minor injuries. There have been no PIAs or personal injury accidents recorded along at the roundabout of Great Ashby with Orwell Avenue, with 2 slight accidents recorded along Great Ashby Way between the junction with Orwell Avenue and the roundabout with Canterbury Way, involving collisions between car drivers with a motorcyclist or pedal cyclist. So I think the conclusion of that is that the incidents that have been observed have been slight in terms of the severity of the injury.
Thank you. Councillor McDonnell.
Thank you. This might be a better question for the developer. I just wondered if anybody knew what the mechanism of monitoring was. And I just have visions of little men in clipboards watching the road, but what is the actual mechanism to monitor the road?
Thank you, Chair. So that has yet to be agreed, but the obvious mechanism that we would probably encourage is using cameras that can identify types of vehicles. It wouldn't be recording registration numbers. It would be just looking at what type of vehicle it is and seeing what route they're taking. So it will see a registration number at one point and at another point, and will link them as a trip through, but then effectively discards the registration number because that was just used to link the trip through. So that kind of monitoring, particularly if that was done in conjunction with GA2, if that comes forward in a similar time frame, then it disaggregates traffic generated by the two sites, and it sees what routes traffic is taking, and therefore what the impact of this development is in terms of the routes that the vehicles from that development are taking through Great Ashby or through the villages. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you to both the officers for one of the longer sessions of questions I can recall us having. I have no other questions. So we'll move on to the public speakers. The first member of the public I have is Parish Councillor Tim Moody. Tim, you have 3 minutes, and I'll let you know when you have a minute left.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of Weston and Gravely parishes. We are basically concerned about the use of back lane, the safety of back lanes used by walkers, cyclists, horse riders. We believe there have been more accidents on back lane than have been admitted or been recorded. We are concerned that I would like to say that we're grateful to CrowdAce for some of the amendments they made to their plans to take account of the things that we brought up at the early consultation. We do appreciate that very much. What we would ask, though, that the barrier, or whatever it is, has some legal status to stop access from Haybluff Drive or the extended Haybluff Drive onto back lane. That needs to be something which will be there, only be able to use by emergency vehicles, and it needs to be there in perpetuity and not suddenly, I think we're changing to the mine now, as has happened in other road junctions around that area. We believe that there needs to be a construction traffic plan, and I think this should be open for sight to the parishes involved and open for consultation. This is going to be a complicated plan because I'm sure this development will be done in phases, and the phases will affect the traffic flows up back lane to and from Weston. Many of the children in Weston School come from Great Ashby. We're very concerned about the monitoring and what are you calling it? The monitor and manage scheme. With extra houses, 100 houses accessing back lane, there is bound to be more traffic. We have 3 roads in Weston that will be used by this traffic. On all 3 roads, there's a lack of pavements in places. We believe it's essential, frankly, that pavements are put in and some mitigation is done before occupancy, or certainly before full occupancy
1 minute
of the site. I looked at the unallocated visitor parking, and it looks to be a bit of a nonsense. In GA1, 86% of the places address 33% of the houses, and the remaining 14% of the houses of the places are for the main development of 67% of the houses. I would think that needs to be looked at. We ask, therefore, the council defer a decision on this until some of these issues are clarified and we've been able to discuss it. I think you set a precedent to that last week with Nebworth, so we're asking for the same commitment. We know it's going to go ahead, but we would like more time to understand the implications and the phasing and the construction plan particularly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moody. Do we have any points of clarification for the speaker, please? No? In which case, our second speaker is Community Councillor Beryl Brown. Beryl, if you've got 3 minutes, I'll let you know when you've got a minute left.
Thank you. Great Ashby Community Council strongly objects to the plans as they currently stand, really on the access and infrastructure to the site. If I start with Calder Way, it's a residential street. It has closes of houses off of it, which you couldn't see on there. And those closes are used as passing places to make it a two-way. And we're really concerned about the amount of traffic that's going to go down there. At the moment, the residents are, they receive abuse when the traffic gets congested, that people can't pass, they can't get out of their close, and they can't get home. There's been incidents on there, there's been accidents where a cyclist was hit. There's also been a young cyclist that's been in a near miss who lived in one of those houses. And we don't think that the monitor and manage is really sufficient. We think that there needs to be a lot of work done up front. We've seen no vehicle tracking study done on Calder Way. And there's no evidence to support the feasibility of two-way traffic on that road for that development to take that extra traffic. For Bray Drive, Mendip Way and Haybluff, we're also the same, that the on-street parking, there's already an on-street parking problem. It's already there. You know, to monitor and manage a problem that's already there seems nonsensical. It needs sorting out already. So to say, all right, we're going to remove cars from this area and put them somewhere else that we don't know because we've not done a study. The parking courts are all private. There's no way that people are going to be using those. And if you're in a parking court, then why wouldn't you be using it? You know, so we think that no vehicle study again has been done to see if the roads can withstand the traffic. No evidence that the displaced parking be accommodated elsewhere. And that is required before this is approved. No plans provided to demonstrate the displaced parking moving along, or that wide and long construction vehicles could actually pass down the road. We've not seen those plans. So bearing in mind the large number of comments, we'd ask that construction and management plans are shared and monitoring and management plans are shared before this decision is made on this application. The parking issue will be further exacerbated because of the insufficient car parking spaces on the Haybluff Drive side. If you take out the the apartment parking, there's going to be 7 spaces, 7 visitor spaces on the new development.
Ask you to wind up.
Yeah, so which is ridiculous.
Thank you very much. Do we have any points of clarification for Councillor Brown? No? Sorry, Steve, I thought you were waving at me then. No? Okay, then our third public speaker is Emma Hogg. Emma, you've got 3 minutes.
I am a resident of Gravely and I actually live on Back Lane, so I can, like my colleagues next to me, give you some more real world experience of what really the picture is like. Let me give you first a bit of an image of what Back Lane is like if you were to travel up from Gravely to Chestfield. In essence, it's a historic cart track. So, and now it is tarmacked, but the actual structure, the dimension is much the same. It's narrow, single track, high banked in many places without pavements, and at least 7 blind bends between Gravely and up to Chestfield. It is unlit and untreated in winter and frankly entirely unsuitable for any increase in traffic flow. It is already a really busy cut through, and I applaud your comment about monitoring and managing a situation that's already at breaking point. At peak times, it is very congested, often dangerous. My children often describe carnage as we're going to school in the morning. There are signs as you enter Church Lane, which leads to Back Lane in Gravely, where it says unsuitable for HGVs and wide vehicles, and these are largely ignored. I know this from experience because we've had a number of very large vehicles literally getting stuck on our property. And whilst that's not a danger to other road users, it is a tremendous inconvenience to them, and to give an idea of how quickly the traffic backlogs in both directions, where cars have no ability to turn around or reroute, you end up with a lot of very frustrated, very angry people in a very small area. There have been numerous accidents, and I have also looked on CrashMap, and you're correct, none of the recent ones are logged there currently. I have seen witnessed a tractor going into a family vehicle on a blind bend just in January of this year. There was also a head-on collision on the straight bit between Gravely and Chestfield going up the hill. I also want to make comment on the other users of the lane, the non-vehicular ones, walkers, cyclists, Duke of Edinburgh participants, horse riders, the staff and the elderly residents of Halcyon Days care home. It is also, Chestfield is also regularly used for the riding for disabled. But under the current proposals, there are no provisions for these people. On horse rider incidents, I believe if you to access the British Horse Society, you will see that there have been approximately 7 horse rider incidents in the last few years. I can check that if you want to get the real data. I will leave that there. I have a lot more to say, but fast running out of time. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for your time keeping them. Okay. Does the committee have any points of clarification for Emma? No. Then we will move on. First of our 2 member advocates is Councillor Vijaya Pupula-Singham. No. Oh, Laura first. No, that's not what it says on here. I mean, you know. Councillor Laura Williams. Laura, you've got 2.5 minutes.
So I'm here tonight not only as a member of this council, but as the elected voice of the people of Great Ashby, the very people who will be most impacted by the J1 proposal. Let me be clear from the outset, my residents are very much for new homes. They understand the need. Many of them moved into new homes themselves 20 years ago, as I did, when Great Ashby was just a promise rising out of green fields. They are not NIMBYs. They are reasonable people who feel deeply let down. Their concerns are not ideological, they're lived and they're real. They see a development that brings nearly 300 more homes, yet no credible answers on where the existing residents' cars will go. Streets that already struggle with traffic volume and parking will become impassable. The traffic access is, frankly, a foreseeable crisis waiting to happen. Monitor and manage is not a plan. It is a plan to do nothing, to disregard, to wait and watch the inevitable and entirely foreseeable problems arise. They look around and ask, where are the new schools, the GPs, the community facilities? Where is the infrastructure that should always come with homes? It's not there. They feel betrayed by the developer, Cruddace, who sold them a dream 2 decades ago, a quiet, green, well-designed neighbourhood, complete with 28 beautiful, maturing trees along the section of Mendip Way that may have to be redesigned. And now they return not to enrich, but to erode that very quality of life. Residents tell me, if the roads had been laid out for future growth back then, if the plan had respected the scale of community to come, they would not be objecting today. They were ready for growth. What they weren't ready for was short-term gain at long-term cost. Mendip and Haybluff could have been built to accommodate additional access, but they were not. At Great Ashby Community Council on the 21st of November 2024, Crowdies told the council that the earlier monitoring had proved to be wrong, leading to the existing parking and traffic issues. The existing development allowed just 1 space for the vast majority of dwellings, and all of the parking spaces within the directly impacted area are allocated to properties. Monitor and manage is a green light for Crowdies to build something inadequate and walk away again. Residents see the separated treatment of J1 and J2 as cynical land parcelling, slices of development that ignore the scale, soul and service needs of a real thriving community. They're tired of Great Ashby as being cited as the example of bad traffic planning, and now they see that mistake being compounded. Chair, colleagues, our residents don't oppose progress. They oppose neglect and they oppose being an afterthought, and I hope we listen. Thank you.
Chair, fellow members, 3 material grounds of objection. First, access and transport. Second, lack of supporting infrastructure. And third, community impact. On access and transport, Mendip Way and Calder Way are not fit for the increased traffic this development demands. Mendip Way already serves 600 homes and suffers from chronic congestion, lack of parking capacity. No clear traffic or parking management plan has been provided, just a promise to monitor impacts after they happen. That is not planning, that's damage control. Applicant admits that para 2.5 to 2.7 of their technical note, traffic regulation order will be needed to clear residents' vehicles, displacing them to nearby roads, but with no clear evidence of capacity. They further measure parking capacity at figure 2.1 of their technical note using Great Ashby Way rather than the affected streets. That is, at best, misleading. Now, we've asked for answers from County Highways again and again, none provided, and their reluctance to meet with both Councillor Williams and myself proactively address these material concerns shows a concerning disregard for the residents we represent. Now, Calder Way, proposed as the main access route, is 4 metres wide at best, single track lane, acknowledged by applicant as constrained and congested, but still suggested as sufficient. It won't be. The data relied on from 2022, outdated and still during COVID lull. Now, the assessment ignores the cumulative impact of GA1 and potentially GA2 combined, contrary to National Planning Policy Para 116. This development's highways impact will be severe. The idea of a modal shift potentially in response from cars to walking, cycling, aspirational, not data supported. As Councillor Williams outlines in written objections, Great Ashby is a commuter community, not a 15-minute city, not a village with walkable amenities. People rely on vehicles for work, doctors, schools and shopping. This takes me to my second point, lack of infrastructure. The NHS ICB for this area has made clear both North and South Stevenage primary care networks are at capacity. New on-site provision will be needed, but at present being proposed for Gravely, not Great Ashby. Again, this leaves Great Ashby to absorb the pressures without the benefits, reiterating the vehicular need above. And third, community impact. While computer may say yes, this proposal ignores the reality on the ground. It relies on legal technicalities to avoid acknowledging cumulative impacts. The concerns we raise are based on 20 years plus of lived experience of enduring poor planning decisions. Without serious changes, this will be a repeat, only worse. And I'll finish with this. Weston Parish Council, Gravely Parish Council, Great Ashby Community Council, nearly every one of the 250 plus resident responses and both elected district councillors are all united in objection on the same material points. Unless this committee is of the view that we are all irrational and that community voice is irrelevant, I urge this committee, do not let another generation of Great Ashby residents suffer the same consequences of planning done poorly. Reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you to both councillors. Do the committee have any points of clarification for the 2 member applicants? No? In which case we will move on to the applicants. I have 3 applicants listed. I have Paul Derry, Richard Kelly and Julian Clark. Are you all going to speak through within the 5 minutes? Okay, then when you wish to start, we'll...
Okay. Good evening. I'm Richard Kelly of Crowdace Homes, the applicant for the land at Roundwood, and with me are Paul Derry of Stantec and Julian Clark, TPA, our planning and transport consultants respectively for the site. Crowdace is a family-owned house builder operating across the southeast of England with our regional office here in Letchworth. The application before you is for 281 homes, of which 112 will be secured as affordable homes, representing 40%. The site is allocated for development in your local plan. Whilst the allocation estimated a site capacity of 330 homes, our more recent work on ecology and biodiversity showed that larger buffers to the adjoining woodland were required. The number now proposed has been agreed with your officers as striking the right balance between ensuring the site still makes a valuable contribution towards meeting the district's housing needs, while delivering a density and mix of homes appropriate to this location, and along with supporting on-site open space. Members will be aware of the planning history of the site. Our most recent previous planning application in 2023 was withdrawn after concerns were identified on the layout, how it related to the woodland, and the possible level of rat running it may have enabled on the nearby lanes. Since then, we have been through an extensive programme to programme of engagement with district and county council officers and other stakeholders, which has culminated in the plans you are considering today. The collaborative approach taken with officers has therefore led to support from all statutory consultees. It is noted that since the committee report was written, the Leeds Local Flood Authority now also supports the scheme. The public objections are acknowledged, and the Planning Committee report highlights how the scheme is considered acceptable in light of those comments received. Paul.
Yeah, the site is allocated for residential development as site GA1 within the adopted local plan. And the policy sets out a number of criteria to be met in order to bring forward development on the site, including a principal vehicle access from residential streets within Great Ashby. The application is submitted in full, and therefore includes full details of each house type, proposed internal road details and landscaped plans. This is all supported by a number of technical reports. The highway access has been a key consideration in discussions with officers and Hertfordshire County Council. To overcome the risk of rat running identified on the previous scheme, the site layout is now split into two areas, with approximately 2/3 access via Haybloff Drive to the east and the remainder via Back Lane. There is no vehicle linkage between these areas except for emergency vehicles only. This has been modelled and designed to respect the road network, whilst also seeking to reduce rat running through neighbouring villages. The ability of adjoining roads in Great Ashby to accommodate the access routes to the site has been assessed and agreed with County Council officers. The layout has been designed to provide sustainable links that could reduce reliance upon the car. As such, routes through the site are designed to get pedestrians and cyclists to the southeast corner of the site quickly and safely, and provision is made for a new bus service, bike hire and car sharing schemes. The application includes transport assessment, which has been assessed by the Highways Authority. This included assessing a series of specific highways-related impacts, including the effect on parking and its displacement. The County Council have reviewed the impacts, are content that they've been properly assessed, and propose mitigation and planning conditions relating to monitor and manage construction traffic and parking, and they are acceptable. The committee report sets out sustainability credentials of the proposal by reference to the targeted aspirations set out within your recently adopted sustainability SPD. This includes the target of silver for passive design and fabric performance and for promoting biodiversity. A minimum of 25% of dwellings will be fitted with solar panels, which is a further benefit beyond the sustainability reports submitted. Regarding ecology, the site has the ability to deliver a 17.8% increase in habitat units and 14.3% increase in hedgerow units, meaning the mandatory 10% net gain can be catered for on site. Finally, I seek to summarise the key benefits of the proposal.
1 minute.
These include the delivery of 281 homes, including an agreed housing mix and 40% affordable housing. Provision of Play on the Way feature and direct connections to the Hertfordshire Way, which runs across the northern boundary of the site. A package of Section 106 contributions to support off-site infrastructure, including education and healthcare facilities. The provision of more than 10% biodiversity net gain on site. The promotion of sustainable and active modes of transport, and sustainability benefits in line with the Council's SPD. We'd like to thank the case officer and all involved in getting to this stage, and hope you will be happy and agree with the report's recommendations and resolve to grant permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any points of clarification? I think Councillor Prescott got there first. Steve,
I'm really not bothered. You can take them in any order you want. I'm not really fussed at all. I've just one question of the applicant. I know the promise or the condition to not the condition, that you're going to put 25% solar panels. Why would you not put solar panels on all the houses?
Thank you, Chair. So the houses can meet the standards of both the building regulations and your SPD through fabric first measures, which don't require solar panels. But we did an exercise of looking at where there are roof alignments that are optimal for solar panels, because ones that face away from south, you don't get the benefit of it in the same way, and 25% of the main roof slopes were facing in the right sort of direction to get the best benefit out of solar panels. So that was the figure that we agreed with officers was appropriate. It's entirely possible when we get to doing the technical approvals under the building regulations to build it that might go higher, but that 25% is there as a floor below which we wouldn't go, so that it's giving you some confidence that there will be some, but I can't give you a precise number how much higher than that it would be at this stage.
Were you wishing to come back, Councillor Prescott?
Well, yes. I mean, we understand the value of solar generated energy, and I would, if you're saying to me, sorry, I'm talking to the applicant, although I'm facing you, Mr. Chairman. If you're saying that only 25% of the roof space is suitable, well, that's absolutely fine. But if you're saying actually, potentially, and I'm just picking numbers out of thin air here, 75% of the roof space is suitable, why would you not make a commitment to do as much as possible rather than as little as you need to?
It's probably somewhere between 25 and 50%, but 25% is definitely achievable. I'm hesitant to commit to things that are not definitively achievable as a minimum. So the 25% is a minimum, and hopefully we can go higher than that, but I'm reluctant to commit to that as an absolute in something that's enforced on a planning condition.
Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. You talked of the traffic modelling that you've done, but both the report and other information that's available suggests that current state-of-art traffic simulators are incapable of modelling single-track roads with passing places, and yet 3 of the 4 routes into the site, both directions on Back Lane and Calderway, are single-track roads. So how can you be confident in your traffic modelling when we're told that the technology is not available to model those type of roads?
Essentially the traffic modelling that's been undertaken focuses principally on actual highway junctions rather than linear lengths of road. The primary access to the development effectively is from Haybluff Drive, which accesses 2/3 or serves 2/3 of the development traffic. We accept that there's likely to be a bit of routing of local traffic or traffic from the Haybluff Drive access via Back Lane, either north or potentially west, but those movement numbers and those volumes are relatively low. The effect of traffic at highway junctions has been tested. It is more challenging to assess links where traffic has to give way and the behaviour associated with that. But what we effectively looked at is a comparison of traffic volume along parts of Calderway during the course of the North Road closure in Stevenage, and looked at the volumes with and without that closure in place. So what it was like during that process or during that time and then afterwards. And there was obviously a lot of additional traffic attracted to Calderway at that time. It lowered and reduced significantly after Calderway, after North Road was reopened. And looking at the volume of traffic that would be attracted to Calderway associated with this proposal, it's a fraction, if you like, of what the difference is arising from when the North Road was open. So we'd obviously had these conversations. We engaged with North Herts District Highways officers regularly, and we obviously had lots of conversations with Hertfordshire County Council Highways. And through those discussions, they didn't seek any more representative analysis or modelling of the traffic movements along there than we presented within the transport assessment that supported the application.
Thank you. Is your colleague wishing to briefly add to that, or no? Okay. Councillor Jarvis.
I'd just like to come back on that point, and then I'd like to ask another question. You spoke about the amount of traffic from the development that would go via Haybluff Drive and then Calderway in order to access Back Lane. And I think we accept that you've made some significant changes to reduce the propensity to do that. And that's a welcome step in the right direction, I think. I think the concern that you didn't address is the fact that 1/3 of the development will use Calderway as their primary access unless they choose an unsuitable route along Back Lane. So it's surely possible to identify fairly accurately the additional traffic that will be generated by 1/3 of the development. What I don't understand from what we're told about the capability to model traffic flows on single track roads is how we can understand the impact that that will have in Calderway, which is a single track road with actually no passing places other than people's drives. So how does that part of it work?
Well, what we've looked at is, as I say, we've looked at the highway junctions. We know, as I said, the volume of traffic that was trying to or attempting to use and was using parts of Calderway or the section of Calderway between Back Lane and Orwell Avenue during the course of the North Road closure. We know, and what we've discussed with the Highway Authority is essentially, and looking at census information, we've got a reasonable guide on the proportion of the traffic that would use Calderway from Back Lane travelling in towards Stevenage equates to, in the morning peak hour, about one vehicle every 2 minutes. And so against the backdrop of that forecast volume of movement, the County Council didn't feel that that there was a need to look at or model the effect of that. We essentially looked at and undertook observations on the street of what was happening, and essentially concluded that the one vehicle in every 2 minutes was less than the one vehicle virtually every minute that was happening down at North Road closure time, and therefore the county were content that we didn't need to look at any more sophisticated analysis.
You want to come back again?
Ask another question, but go ahead. That at one vehicle every 2 minutes from 120 houses, that means it's going to take 4 hours for everybody to leave, assuming there's one vehicle per house. And if I have 2 vehicles per house, it'll take 8 hours, by which time some of them might be coming back again, and it's a single track road. But that's an observation which I shouldn't be making at the moment. My question relates to the applicant's view of the monitor and manage process. And I'd like to ask them whether, given that there will clearly be some impact, and it's a question of what level of impact, would they be happy if the Highway Authority just went and put in the mitigations rather than going through the monitor and manage process? Or are they hoping to get their £400,000 back at the end, I suppose is the... Perhaps that's not a question I should ask. The last bit.
The last one sounds a bit rhetorical to me, Councillor Jarvis. Would the applicant like to answer the rest of it?
Thank you. I think on the monitor and manage approach, that was something which very much came out of the discussions with the highways officers at County. From Crowdace's perspective as the developer, we would have been quite happy to do more intervention at the outset to change the way that particularly Haycliffe Drive and Mendip Way work in terms of realigning parking arrangements, adjusting verges from the outset, because that was the message that we were getting from residents, that the parking was the most important thing. County highways officers were very adamant that we should not be doing that. It would be contrary to the County Council's LTN 120 and Local Transport Plan 4, I should say, and that would be works that they could not support, and they would object as officers if we proposed those in the first instance. Therefore, we had the solution reached through discussion of this monitor and manage approach, where we set up monitoring of the areas within Great Ashby where the parking is most likely to be affected and the rural lanes beyond, so that we can understand the impacts. We agreed a sum of money that we think covers all reasonable mitigations that might be required, and then a hefty allowance on top to come to this 400,000 figure. That's been agreed with officers at County. But from Crowdace's perspective, we would have no qualms at all if the county wanted to spend that money straight away. But it was County Highways officers who were adamant they want that they don't think further intervention will be necessary. Therefore, they don't want to do works that would be running contrary to the county council's policies. So that's why we've got this monitor manager thing. And incidentally, it's on the basis that the 400,000 is refunded, or the part of it that's unspent, after the conclusion of 5 years after the occupation of the last dwelling. So there's quite a long period of time for the county council to decide what it wants to do if it decides that managing is necessary. And we haven't specified detailed schemes so that they have flexibility to play with exactly what it is they think is most appropriate in light of the monitoring that's come up.
Thank you. Councillor Prescott.
Thank you very much. Given that the developer has received plaudits from a lot of people in this room this evening on the design of the development and the fact that the development will go ahead, it's not contrary to any of the policies, but that everybody seems to have focused on the traffic, the parking, the monitoring scheme, whatever it eventually will be. I would ask the developer, would they be capable or prepared to reflect more upon what they've heard this evening and come back with a slightly more aggressive solution that would perhaps satisfy some of the problems? Now, I'm mindful of the fact that the last meeting I was told off because I suggested that the developer could try and fix a problem that wasn't of the developer's own making. And that's fair, I understand that. But we already know from what we've heard from the residents, and it's not been contradicted, that around the area of the development, parking and traffic is already a problem. So this is not a problem that the developer is going to improve in any way and can only theoretically make it worse. So my question is, would the developer, if we were prepared to defer the approval our decision this evening, would the developer be prepared to go into more detail on trying to fix the problems before it creates more?
That was a very long question.
But it was still a
slightly short.
It was a
we
question.
Get a slightly shorter answer.
It's hard to simply answer that. I think if I can say, the extent of discussions with county highways officers lead us to think that there is not much more that we can reasonably do that would get them as highways officers. And I am disappointed that county highways officers weren't able to attend this evening, because they did assure us that they would. As it happens, they haven't been able to on the night anyway. But they were going to be defending their stance on that. I'm grateful to Edward Lee as the district councillor's officer for trying to cover that point. But the county highways officers were defending that. They still are. They're just not here. Apologies, I'm digressing. It's hard to see what more we could do that would get their support in terms of a recommendation to put to you as a committee beyond what we've already done. We have tried to structure this monitor and manage approach so that it can be spent as soon as the county council deems it necessary, and you as councillors can lobby the county council, as can local residents, to say you think it's gone far enough, you think they should be doing that managing now. They would have the money from the start of the development, or from the start of development. They would be able to do that, but I'm not sure that there is anything meaningful that we could bring back in a deferral situation that would fundamentally change the situation before you from what it is tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Prescott has a small question.
Well, I'm just very, very rapidly. I think we're perhaps overlooking the fact that we are the planning authority, and at the end of the day, if we felt strongly enough about it, we have the ability to refuse the application. I'm not suggesting for a second that's necessarily what we're going to do, and in some respects, I'm encouraged to hear how much cooperation there has been between the developer and the local authority and the parish councils and all the various resident groups. But this business of the traffic management and the traffic problems is not going to go away, and ultimately, we don't, in the first instance, have to satisfy the county council with respect to the leader who's sitting next to me. We do have to satisfy the planning authority, and that's us.
I think we've exhausted questions to the applicant. May I ask the officer to respond, please, or to sum up?
Thank you. I'll try and pick up all the various points that have been raised. In terms of, I think first of all, just discussing the monitor and manage approach. Part of the reason that came about is that I think a couple of key things. There's no objection from the Highway Authority on the basis of what has been submitted. So as we've set out, they're satisfied with the scheme based on the evidence submitted and anticipates there won't be significant harm in terms of congestion and shortage of parking that needs to be mitigated beyond the conditioned improvements to support active travel in the buses. So just to have that in the back of our minds. I think the other key issue is with the monitor and manage. There was mention about whether there could be more perhaps aggressive solutions, I think was the word used. And I think on the previous 2023 application, Crowdace did put forward some possible, more higher intervention, if you like. And of course, there was some residents didn't wish to see verges taken out and trees. So the way that the monitor and manage does address that in that rather than going in and mitigating for the worst case scenario, it allows to mitigate as needed, if that makes sense. So I think that's my understanding of why this approach has been adopted. Just to clarify as well on the construction traffic management plan, it would not be reasonable. We've had quite a lot of discussion with the Highway Authority, and I've tried to cover this off in the highway addendum that we sent round. It wouldn't be reasonable for us to ask for that at this stage before planning permission is determined. It wouldn't be defendable for us to do that. And actually, it's quite important that the construction traffic management plan is submitted at the point where it's needed, because the situation might have changed. For example, we don't know what stage GA2 would be, and take that into account. Of course, GA2 would need their construction traffic management would need to take into account GA1. The other issue that Weston Parish Council raised about the emergency access, that's something that would be controlled by condition. And again, I've covered that in the addendum already. So I think we've covered that already in the response we've got, but it would be something that would be covered by condition, and there'd be it might be, different proposals for that. And the visitor spaces, the allocation of visitor spaces across the site, it's expected that some visitors will use bays accessible from Back Lane when their destination dwelling is to the east. The walking distances are not significantly greater than from visitor accessible from Haybluff Drive. So we're comfortable that the visitor spaces are sufficient to meet our policy. They're just slightly below, but that's offset by some houses having more spaces on site than they required to. So yeah, hopefully that covers everything, responds to all those points that have been raised. The other thing I think to make, which one of the councillors has brought up already, that the applicant is only required to mitigate the impacts of their development. We're not saying that there aren't existing issues, but they're only required to mitigate the impacts of their development. And obviously we don't want the scheme to exacerbate existing issues, hence the monitor and manage approach. There was just mention as well on infrastructure. And the reason, so we've gone out to the NHS ICB, and we obviously rely on their advice, and they've looked strategically at the North Stevenage sites and wider, and they've proposed contribution towards a medical facility on NS1. And this is not to say that people who live at GA1 can't go to their local surgery. They could use NS1, they could use the local surgery. And I guess over time, the idea is looking strategically, there'd be a cascade effect that would take pressure off the existing surgeries. I don't know if Edward wants to add anything more on the transport, just to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So just to come back on the speed limit, I've confirmed that it is 30 miles an hour from the top of Calderway to the north end of Calderway. There was a consultation for a 20 mile an hour scheme for 20 mile an hour schemes in Stevenage and Great Ashby, but they didn't receive sufficient support to proceed. But nevertheless, the Highway Authority could propose to reduce the speed limit on Calderway or any part of Back Lane if they felt that that was appropriate. And that would go through the usual consultation process. It was mentioned about whether the cumulative impact of GA1 and GA2 had been considered, and the applicant did do some modelling, including traffic that was expected to be generated from GA2 to see how that would impact the road network. But actually, it is GA2, if that comes forward later, it will be its responsibility to mitigate the cumulative impact. But it has been considered, and the Highway Authority did not see something that required additional mitigation by GA1. So, and then the final point I think is worth making is, if the Highway Authority does not object, that also means they would not defend a refusal that was appealed. So it is worth bearing that in mind, that in terms of where the expertise comes for defending a decision, if the Highway Authority isn't available to defend that, if that is the ground for decision, the Highway Authority doesn't choose. If it hasn't objected, then it won't defend it.
Thank you very much, Edward. Yeah, Sam.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add that the comments from the applicant in respect to the mitigation measures and offering them in advance is noted, but the Highways Authority's position at the moment is that no mitigation measures are required. So we've got to be careful about application of the SIL tests. At the moment, we've got some reserve money in case the monitoring later considers that those mitigations are required. At that point, those mitigation measures meet the tests of being necessary to mitigate the impacts of development. The Highways Authority as well, from the applicant's perspective, the Highways Authority are a signatory to the Section 106. So if as a local planning authority we take a decision in any way contrary to what the Highways Authority believe, and they've set out their beliefs that this development doesn't have any impacts that require mitigation measures at this stage, that would leave the Highways Authority a signatory to a Section 106 that they don't believe is necessary, and they may decide not to sign it. So there are risks in respect to taking actions contrary to the Highways Authority in this particular aspect. Whilst we are the local planning authority, we also have to defend any decision that we make based on evidence and have defensible decisions. There's also an extension on time on this particular application until the 31st of July. If there is a deferral motioned, there is the risk there that the applicant could, after the 31st of July, appeal under non-determination. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. So we need to go into debate. Oh, sorry, Councillor Jarvis.
2 questions following on from what the planning officer just said.
I assume, yeah, I think that seems reasonable.
They're not connected. The first one relates to the construction management plan process. And I do understand the point that's being made, but we've spent most of our time this evening talking about access to the site, and access to the site is an issue for construction as well. So I think a concern is that normally there is no sort of public consultation about details like construction management plans. So is it possible that we can deal with that where there is an opportunity for people to see what is being proposed and make comments on it? I'm sure the applicant wants to have a construction management plan that's going to work, and so does everyone. It's just that it doesn't normally have any visibility, and that's a real local concern. So is that a problem we can fix? That's the first question.
It works with applications for approval of details reserved by condition. We don't consult on them to the wider public, but they are public and they are in the public domain. They go on the website, so if anyone wished to make comments, they could do. I think it's something that we don't routinely do, and I think it's something that we probably wouldn't do going forward, because we have generally 8 weeks to make a decision on them, and we would very much rely on Hertfordshire Highways, who are the experts in it. But it is public. They will be on the website, and anybody can write in and make comments. And there's nothing stopping anybody doing that. But it's not something that we would routinely consult on. We would rely on expert advice of the Highways Authority.
Councillor Jarvis, you look like you have a second question.
Yes, I understand we don't routinely consult on them. It doesn't seem to me to be terribly difficult to make sure that, for example, the parish and community councils are told when they are being dealt with, and then they can make a comment if they want to, can't they? And I think it would be unnecessarily awkward of us to say we don't normally tell them, so we're not going to tell them when they've expressed a particular interest in being notified. So I would hope we could be that flexible.
So one of the key points of consultation and notifying people is that we can actually take account of their comments. I feel like the risk here is that we would be notifying people and asking them for comments, but the actual result of that process would potentially just cause frustration. As Naomi said, this is a condition that's been asked for us to be imposed by Hertfordshire County Council. If there are several objections from everyone that we've consulted, but Hertfordshire County Council come back and say, that's absolutely fine, we're happy with the details, I would rather consult people where I can actually fully take account of their comments. If I'm consulting people just so they can say something to me and I can't actually do anything with those comments, that's why I would be hesitant to do that, to invite comments. It's publicly available. Anyone can comment on it. You can register on the website and get notified of any applications that come in on the site, and we'd be happy to receive anything. But if we go out and reach out to people for comments, I feel like we might be causing more frustration than good, because the comments our decision will be based on what the Hertfordshire County Council Highways Authority say is acceptable.
Councillor Jarvis, go on.
It seems at least possible that someone might make a comment on the construction management plan that didn't relate to highways. What would happen then? They might make a comment, for example, about the noise impact of construction, or the impact of construction on the conservation matter, or something of that sort. They're not necessarily just highways comments that relate to a construction management plan, surely?
We narrowed that down to highways. We would also consult our environmental health team on the construction traffic management plan. I think from memory, I've combined the conditions. They're both recommended, so we would consult all the technical experts on it.
Okay, we definitely need to move into you want.
It's clear that if we consult people, we're not going to pay any attention to what they say, so perhaps there isn't any point. Yeah, my other question related to this question about the monitor and manage, and the fact that the applicant has told us that they're essentially perfectly happy to make a contribution towards highways mitigations. Now, it's clear that we can't force the Highway Authority to make those mitigations. But I guess what I want to explore is whether or not we can provide them with the resources to make those mitigations, and remove the need for them to go through a test in order before they do any of them. And I take the point out exactly that they may have to sign a Section 106 agreement. Well, I'm desperately trying not to wear my other hat here, but if the county council is really stupid enough not to sign a Section 106 agreement that gives them £400,000 to spend on highways, then I would be very upset. But if that happens, there are unilateral undertakings, aren't there?
I was going to make a cheeky comment about if only there was someone from the county council in the room, but I won't. Are we able to
make sure I don't let my different hats get in the way?
We notice some respect. Thank you. Is anyone able to give any kind of answer to that before we move on?
So one of the reasons why the county council isn't keen to implement mitigations prematurely is that actually it could exacerbate the very problems that are being described, and particularly about the rat running. So if, for instance, if additional passing spaces or more formalised passing spaces were created on Calderway, it would make it more attractive for people to use that as a rat run to go through Gravely and Weston to get to the A1. So part of the benefit of having this monitor and manage approach is that the timing of any mitigation can be optimised to meet the real need, rather than creating additional capacity on the road that would get used by effectively the wrong people, if you like, i.e. not the people that we need the additional capacity for to mitigate the development. So and the village, Western Village Parish Council has made this very point, that they don't want to make it more, the existing road more attractive for rat running. So therefore they are not keen on having mitigations put in that aren't actually needed, or at a point where they're not needed.
Councillor Prescott, you've indicated.
Councillor Jarvis was desperate to get in there. I'm quite happy to defer if he wants to carry on that conversation.
Go on.
I was just going to point out that Weston Parish Council tonight said that they did want the mitigations in Weston, because mitigations are not necessarily increases in capacity. And I would point out that Calderway was built with humps in order to put people off flowing into the surrounding rural roads. That happened not to work terribly well, perhaps in that case. But there are mitigations that you can put in that will make the route less attractive rather than more attractive. And I think that Councillor Moody from Weston said that they were anxious to have some things that would reduce the impact of traffic and make the route potentially less attractive. Not all mitigations have to increase capacity. They could be to reduce capacity. There are clearly different sorts of mitigations that one would need to do in Mendip Way. But I think to say, well, we shouldn't do this because it'll increase capacity is I think to prejudge what mitigations might be done.
Naomi. Oh.
Just to clarify on the mitigation, I think we've talked a bit about consultation, and I think the advantage of having the monitor and manage and the Highway Authority implementing the mitigation is they have their normal processes for consulting. So what became very apparent on the 2023 application is people have different views about what mitigation they would wish to see, and the Highway Authority have their normal processes. So if, for example, they were to put in a traffic regulation order, they would consult on that. So we've talked quite a bit tonight about consultation, and the Highway Authority have those mechanisms that are in place. So these mitigation measures that they'd be considering, some of them they would consult on as part of a normal process. I think Edward wanted to add to that.
So Councillor Jarvis, you're absolutely right that there are different types of mitigations, and the mitigations to, for instance, put footways on roads in Western Village, that wouldn't be seen to be a necessary intervention to mitigate the impacts of this development. I mean, that is an existing problem that requires investment, and it could be the case that some of the Strand 2 contribution from this site. So this is the financial contribution towards sustainable transport, which is not deemed to be necessary for the development to make it acceptable in planning terms. Some of that money could be spent on improving the situation in Weston or Gravely. So there is flexibility, but I think we need to distinguish between mitigations which are necessary to make the impact of the development acceptable, to minimise the impact of the development, and mitigations which are generally to improve sustainable transport in the area. And there is separate funding for that.
Thank you. Councillor Prescott.
Thank you. We seem to be hanging our hat on this monitor and manage scheme to a huge extent.
Yeah.
But I seem to recall that the monitor and manage scheme has not yet been designed. There are no parameters, no guardrails. I mean, could we not ask for a little bit more detail in advance? You're asking, I mean, we're being asked to approve a development, which on the face of it is not a bad development, but there are clearly significant concerns about the traffic. I understand, I've heard the argument about preemptive mitigation. I understand that. There's a logic to what you're saying. But I think if we're going to be wholly reliant upon this monitor and manage program to actually potentially fix problems if and when they arise, I think I'd like a little bit more detail about it before we sign on the dotted line on this application.
Thank you, Chair. I think the problem is that as we've identified, the modelling doesn't tell us precisely what mitigations would be needed. So that is why there needs to be flexibility. The individual mitigations would be consulted on in the usual way for any intervention on the highway network, the highway authority might want to propose, and the views of the parish, the residents, and so on would be taken into account in determining whether that was the appropriate mitigation. So I think the flexibility is needed because we actually can't anticipate precisely what's needed, what will be needed. But some of the mitigations that have been discussed are such things as creating more formalised passing spaces, or perhaps altering speeds or traffic calming. So the flexibility is an important part of the process in order to make sure that the right mitigations are put in the right places at the right time.
Yeah. Thank you. Right. I'm sorry, Councillor Prescott. No, fine. Yes. Right. I've got a long sentence to read out, so I need a deep breath. So as we go into debate, the officer's recommendation is to grant permission with the removal of clause A, the addition of conditions 50 to 53, the amendment to condition 3, condition 4, condition 16, condition 23, condition 25, condition 35, condition 36, and the combining of condition 27 and condition 49 as outlined in the supplementary documents pack. So can I have a proposer of a motion to approve, refuse, or defer the application? Councillor Mantle.
I'm happy to propose that this application be approved with all the conditions and variations that you've just read out. I think that nobody in this committee has second sight or access to a particularly reliable crystal ball. And that's why I think that the solution they've come across is find out what's needed and then do it. It's a much better idea than trying to double guess from here what might be needed and what might work. So I think we have a good development here, and we have a mechanism to make sure that any impact which it has, undesirable impacts which it has, can be remedied. And I think that's the right way to go about it.
Thank you, Councillor Mantle. Do we have a seconder to that proposal? Erasing now. Councillor McDebenham.
Yeah, happy to second.
Okay, and then we'll move into debate. And I'll, sorry.
Include these conditions as well, so if you just read them out. His motion to include those, and then someone can second.
I'm reminding we have additional conditions which I will read out, and there's also an amendment to condition 5 with the agreement of the Highways Authority. The wording has been changed from prior to first use to prior to first occupation. A sentence will be added to condition 16 to say the approved ecological enhancement plan shall be implemented on site. A sentence will be added to condition 18 regarding fencing along the western boundary adjacent to the woodland to say the approved details shall be implemented on site and permanently maintained. Councillor, it was a very long system. So, Councillor, are you happy to accept those conditions? And Councillor Debenham, are you happy to?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So we have a debate. I will remind councillors you in debate can only speak once in normal circumstances. Do we have any further debate? Okay. Councillor Jarvis, I can't work out if you're about to fling yourself at that button or not. Just do it if you.
I think we've explored at some length, and Councillor Mantle is critical of us for talking about access and points out that this is a great development. And I think apart from the access issues, is absolutely right. You know, I think we need to find a way to build developments of this sort. We've explained that we're not in a position not to, and anyway we should be doing it. But the problem is we need to get the details right. And I am not convinced that the monitor and manage process that's been set out will deliver a satisfactory result in terms of mitigating the impacts to the people in Great Ashby and the people in Weston and Gravelly. And I think we need to do something better than that. So I can't support granting permission without doing something better in terms of better than the monitor and manage. Now, I would like to explore, as I said, whether or not there's an opportunity for us to say we will make this money available for the Highway Authority to mitigate the impacts in the way that the applicant have said that they would be prepared to. And I think I'm not certain that that would solve the problem, because the Highway Authority might decide it didn't want to do anything. But I don't think that we're in a position here to design highway interventions. I'm absolutely certain we're not. And I think for all the reasons that have been suggested, that probably if we defer this, we will discover that it's actually a planning inspector determining it, and there won't be any opportunity to do any of these things. So from that point of view, what I would like to see us do is come up with a better way of dealing with the issues than with the monitor and manage.
Councillor Winstanley.
Yeah, effectively what he said. The monitor and manage thing scares me. I think there are a lot of problems in Great Ashby. I think everyone acknowledges that. And my worry is that this, and I think I agree with everyone here, and even the objectors, in that it's not the development itself in that field, it's the access and the knock-on travel issues. And I just worry that there are issues already in Great Ashby, and this is going to exacerbate those problems. Yeah, it scares me.
Councillor Billing.
I would echo that, but I think I'm going to have to support the application because the County Council has essentially said, the Highways County Council has already said that they don't see that there are any issues, and just in case there might be, they've got this monitor and manage thing.
Thank you. Councillor Prescott.
I'm very much with Councillor Jarvis and Councillor Winstanley. I mean, it is a development which on the face of it is an acceptable development. We've heard a good account even from the objectors that the developer has made some significant effort to improve the design and has incorporated a number of solutions to a number of the issues that the local residents through the parish councils and the town councils have identified. But I am concerned about the access issues. I'm not comfortable supporting an approval on the face of it without more detail on exactly how the monitoring manage is going to work, if it's going to work at all. And I appreciate entirely Mr. Lee said that we can't see the future. I think Councillor Mantle was referring to a crystal ball that none of us actually has. So I understand that, but I'm very uncomfortable with approving or voting to approve this as it stands.
Okay. I wanted to speak, if I may, and I've listened to all. We've had a long and very, very wide debate on this. We have focused very much on the highways issues, and I can absolutely understand why that was. I just think in this debate, it's also important that we remember there is a wider concern. This is a housing development, and I think the officer at the very start did remind us of the situation we are with housing supply and the 5-year housing supply, and that the tilted balance, I believe, applies in this application. So I'm trying to weigh up in my own mind, if we were to not accept this, we need to be able to demonstrate that the adverse impact significantly and demonstrably outweighs the benefits of it. And with that, I'm not sure what I've heard does, although I have a huge amount of sympathy for what's been expressed. So that's my contribution to the debate. Councillor Prescott, you've spoken, but I shall indulge you on this occasion.
I appreciate, but it's more a point of order than anything else. I mean, I hear what you're saying about if the deadline is the 31st of July, and we leave the council leaves itself open for a potential appeal on the grounds of non-determination. However, if we were to ask for some more detail on the monitor and manage program, some flesh on the bone, if you like, that could potentially come back very rapidly, and we could, even though we would exceed the deadline, we're only talking about potentially a week or so. We've got, I think, a meeting early in August, and if the applicant was minded to take it to appeal, that's going to be a 6 to 9 month process, and we would have it approved long before then.
Okay. Just to clarify, I wasn't discussing the timing element. I was discussing whether the weight of the adverse effects significantly outweighs the benefits of the thing, was the point I was making, just to clarify. Okay. Do any councillors who've not spoken wish to contribute to the debate? Okay, then at this point, I believe we shall move. Sorry. Something up here. Councillor Mantle, you get a right of reply. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I'm still concerned that we seem to be trying to address what might happen. I'm much happier if we address what does happen.
Okay. And sorry, I have no wishes to speak. I'll leave an advisor.
Okay, so what I've heard today and the discussions, if you were not to approve, I think what you're suggesting is deferral. Now, I need to make it very clear to the council, to the committee members, with deferral, we will need an appropriate, and a deferral is only appropriate when it serves a clear planning purpose. So you need to decide if you were to go against the vote and then go for deferral, as many of you are sort of leaning towards, we need a clear reason. Otherwise, we would need to consider what's before us today.
Councillor Prescott.
Well, I think we've made it fairly clear that a number of us are uncomfortable, not with the development itself, but with the access, and we don't feel that we're getting enough information, and I take the liberty of speaking for some of my colleagues, but we don't feel we're getting enough information about what the monitoring and manage program is actually going to deliver for us. That Mr. Lee said earlier on that the monitor and manage program hasn't even been designed yet. I think I would like to know a little bit more about that.
Yeah. We're drifting into debate for deferral, whereas if we have a motion to approve, if that is not support, if we don't vote for that, then we'll move on to a separate motion. Okay. Yeah.
We need to
do. Sam, if you want to.
Sorry, I've been informed by my colleagues that there is a technical note that already does give some information on the monitor and manage approach. So if we've all read and absorbed that and don't think it's enough, then we would need to expand upon that somehow as to what we would need. So there is already information available on the monitor and manage approach and how it will be approached. If you need further clarification, I can pass over to Edward, who told me that.
Would you like the clock? Okay, to inform the debate now.
Yeah, just to be clear, so the applicant submitted a technical note that stated May 2025 that it was uploaded to the planning portal, and what it sets out is it is a proposal for how it could work and some of the mitigations that could be used. When I said that the actual program hasn't been agreed, what I'm saying is that there will be a planning condition to come forward with the actual proposal. So effectively, there's a kind of a framework proposal as part of the planning application. As I say, it's 20 pages long and it sets out the details about the kinds of mitigations, such as formalising passing bays, adding parking spaces within the verges within Bray Drive and Mendip Way, and it sets out the mechanism of the process that Crowdace has proposed, and then through the discharge of the condition, that would then be turned into a formal agreement that the Highway Authority supports. So does that provide you what what you wanted, or is there something missing from that technical note?
I'm very minded of the fact that I'm only supposed to speak once, and I've not stopped speaking tonight. That is more helpful, and I didn't pick that up from your original presentation. I'm more comforted now. I'm just concerned. I have still a niggling concern that I think Councillor Jarvis picked up the point that a consultation that at its outset is designed to not take any notice of what people are saying is not much of a consultation. However, I do accept that the local residents have got the opportunity to make comments. It's of course up to the council and ultimately highways officers to whether to take any notice of those comments or not. And one would assume that a level of logic and common sense would be applied. And on that basis, I am more comforted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Prescott. At which point we are going to move to a vote. Councillor Mantle's had his right of reply. So can we please, all those, sorry, Councillor Mantle, did you say something?
I agree.
Okay. We agree on one thing. Right. So all those in favour of the proposal to approve the application.
That motion is carried, Chair.
Thank you. And thank you for everyone for bearing with us for an extremely long and quite complicated debate. We certainly, I'm just checking it. Yeah, we do. We'll take a 5-minute break at that point and allow people who've come for this item to leave. Thank you very much. Right, thank you. We've beat the 10:30 spread by 26 minutes, so we will move on. Can I thank the members of the public and whatever who've stayed for this final item? I'm sorry I've had to wait for so long. Our record for finish since I've been here is 1 in the morning, and we're certainly not doing that today, so we will crack on. Item application 2402455 FP, land opposite Wymanley Grid Station to the south of Spurbury Hill, St Ipolyt's, Hertfordshire. Ben Glover to present.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just start with updates. I did provide members with written updates prior to tonight's meeting, but I'll just go over them very quickly. So the first update was in relation to the recent Wandon End appeal decision, which was allowed and Planning Commission approved for a solar farm with the capability of exporting 49.9 megawatts of energy. The second update related to the receipt of a second objection letter from Wymanley Parish Council. That was in response to the applicant's updated grey belt assessment document. The third update was just confirming agreement by the agent to the pre-commencement conditions proposed. The fourth update was a correction to the officer's reports regarding the categorisation of sub-parcel 10A within the council's green belt review. It should be noted, however, that this correction does not change my overall recommendation due to very limited weight being able to be given to the green belt review. And the final update was an updated list of conditions, including the proposed addition of a construction traffic management plan. So if we can go on to the application. Thank you. So it's an application for a 25 megawatt solar farm on a site measuring 35.5 hectares with associated battery storage and ancillary infrastructure. The site is located south of Wymanley Grid Station and adjacent to Spurbury Hill, Stevenage Road and Little Amshew Lane. So the first photo is taken from Spurbury Hill at the northern end of the site looking west. The field to the left is where the proposed development would be. So next photo, please. So this photo is taken again from Spurbury Hill looking south across the western development parcel. Next photo, thank you. Again taken from Spurbury Hill looking southeast across the western development parcel. This photo is taken from the T-junction between Spurbury Hill and Stevenage Road, Spurbury Hill, Stevenage Road and Little Amshew Lane looking southwest across the western development parcel. It's taken from the same location, but looking towards the eastern development parcel, south of Stevenage Road. Next photo, please. So there's another photo from Spurbury Hill overlooking the western part of the development. So this photo is taken from Little Amshew Lane, looking northwest across the western parcel with Spurbury Hill in the background. Also taken from Little Amshew Lane, looking southwest. Next photo, please. Similar photo, looking further towards the south. Little Amshew Lane's on the left side, development site on the right. Next photo. Also taken from Little Amshew Lane, looking northeast across the eastern development parcel. Stevenage Road is there in the background where the tree and line is. Next photo. Taken from a similar location, looking southeast across the same parcel. Next photo, thank you. This photo is taken further south along Little Amshew Lane, looking north. Next photo, please, thank you. This photo is taken from the junction between Little Amshew Lane and the lane that runs south to the Wick Estate. Next photo, please. From the same location, but looking west along Little Amshew Lane, with the application site on the right-hand side. Thank you. So we're now further along the road, Little Amshew Lane. This is taken on the junction between Little Amshew Lane and Tissendale Lane, looking northeast across the western parcel. Thank you. Similar photo, taken from the same location, looking into the site now. Again, similar photo from the same road, looking at the sites, Next photo. Thank you. So we're in the eastern parcel and standing on the Waimanui 014 public footpath. This is looking towards the northeast in the direction of Redcoats. Next photo. Thank you. This photo is taken from within the eastern parcel looking southeast. The field in the background there with a different crop type is also part of the development. Taken from within the same parcel looking northeast towards the boundary of the site. The building that you can see just poking through the trees there, that is a residential property called the Robins. The farmhouse at Redcoats sits behind this property. Next photo, please. So now towards the within the same field, but close to the boundary of the site, the northern boundary of the site, with the Robins on the left. Next photo, please. Same location, but looking south. Next photo. So now still in the same parcel, looking west in the direction of Little Elmshoe Lane. Next photo, thank you. This photo is taken from the western edge of the east parcel, looking north. So this photo is taken from the Ippolis 018 public footpath, looking north. The Wick Estate is close to the west of this where the photo was taken. The eastern parcel of the development is actually behind that small hedgerow you can see in the background there, running left to right or right to left. Tree shape is probably quite small on these screens. Next photo, please. So now on the Waimanui 016 public footpath that runs between the northeastern parcel and the southeastern parcel. This footpath splits that part of the site. Next photo. So this last photo taken from the same footpath looking north. Let's go on to the plans, please. So this is the site location plan, which includes the site within the context of the wider area, with Hitchin to the northwest and Stevenage over to the east. Next slide, please. So this is the same, similar site location plan at a lower scale, with Waimanui Grid Station and St Ippolis to the north. Next slide. So this plan shows the general arrangement of the site, including the solar array, tracks, fencing, and other associated infrastructure. Thank you. So this is the landscape master plan, which shows the proposed areas of woodland, grass, pasture, and other details. This is the illustrative mounting frame and solar panel plan. The majority of panels would sit on poles driven into the ground. However, where the panels are in an archaeological sensitive area, they will sit on concrete footings. So this is the indicative transformer station plan. There will be 4 of these. This is a plan showing the battery storage containers. There will be 8 of these. This is a substation plan, of which there will be 1. This is the switch room building, again, of which there would be 1. The control center, again, 1 of these. And then this plan shows the deer stock fencing access track section view in the bottom left of that plan. And then the bottom right shows the CCTV mounting system and sort of spec that we'd expect. And finally, this is the cable trench plan for the site. So to summarize, the proposed solar farm development is considered to be on Greybelt land, and therefore the proposal was not considered inappropriate development in the green belts. However, harm has been identified to nearby designated heritage assets and the impact of the development upon landscape. However, these harms are considered to be outweighed by the benefits of the scheme, including the provision of renewable energy and significant biodiversity gains. So as set out within the officer report, the proposal is recommended for approval subject to pros, conditions and informatives. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ben. Any questions for the planning officer? Councillor McDonnell.
Yes, I've got a question regarding the reclass of the land from green belt to grey belt, and it's quite confusing. So please bear with me. I've marked off two bits of the report, or one of the report and one of the subsequent papers. In 4.5.61, where it says the national planning, I'm not going to read the whole thing, the national planning policy guidance sets out guidance on how authorities should consider evidence in the absence of grey belt allocations within the local plan. This includes, and point 3, it says whether the development of the site would fundamentally undermine the purposes of the remaining green belt across the local plan area, North Hertfordshire in this case, as set out in the national policy and this guidance. How does that fit in with the parcel of greenbelt that is left when we consider Stevenage West and that approval that's been granted there? I don't know if you want to just me to make the second point and then you can answer it all at once. When we look at the Wandon End appeal decision and the permission that's been granted, and the inspector in considering the grey belt, and just one sentence, containment by rural roads and being free from development and near to a large built up area. I just wondered, the geography of the Wandon End site and Spurbury is quite different. So how can we make comparisons between the two when we look at the geography of the areas?
Yep. So I guess as you probably heard before, each case is assessed on a case-by-case basis on its own merits. I guess the Wandon End appeal decision was more of a recent decision that we can use as kind of a guideline, not to directly compare, but to just use to inform. However, this report was obviously created before we actually had that appeal decision come in. So the similarities in that the inspector also found that site was grey belt at the time of that decision. Grey belt wasn't a policy that's been introduced since. So that's hopefully that helps sort of answer a bit on that second question. The first question, I guess you're asking about the cumulative loss of green belt if you take into account other sites within the district. Sure, it's perhaps not directly addressed in the report, but it's taken over the plan area as a whole, over a wide area within the district. We have to assess the contribution that this site makes to that Part 3 consideration. And this report finds that it's limited impact or loss because of the kind of scale of the site and the benefits therein. Hopefully that sort of helps answer your question.
Thank you. Do we have any other points of clarification for the officer? Yes, Councillor Devlin.
Thank you, Chair. You pointed out in your slides the Red House. Would that be in sight, in view of the development, and are there any others that it could impact?
Yes, so there are residential properties within view of the sites that has been addressed in the report. But there are mitigations measures in place in terms of enhanced boundary treatments, hedgerow planting, other vegetation being planting. I've not stood within the garden of the robins, but from that photo, you can, if I can see them, I'm sure they can see the field. But as I said, there are mitigation measures in place, and I have considered the impacts of the development upon residential amenity.
Thank you, Ben. Any further questions to Ben? Right. In which case, we'll move on. I have 3 public speakers. I believe the first one is Peter Hobson. Go first. Peter, you've got 3 minutes. I'll let you know when you've got a minute left.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Peter Hobson. I'm a St Hippolyte's Parish Councillor. Whether or not this project is approved turns on whether the land on which it is proposed to be built is grey belt or green belt. Unsurprisingly, the developer says it's grey belt, and the planning officer mirrors the developer's arguments in reaching the same conclusion. The regulations concerning what is grey belt are mostly in the planning policy guidance published in February this year. Much of the document sets out very subjective assessment requirements which developers are taking full advantage of. However, one part which is very clear is in paragraph 7, and this is that if any part of the site makes a strong contribution to greenbelt purposes A, B or D, then it cannot be classified as grey belt. In the case of Spurbury Solar, one of the 2 fields that form the proposed site is on land that in the 2016 Greenbelt Review was classified as making a strong contribution to greenbelt purpose, and in particular purposes A and B. This classification applies at both the granular level of subparcel 10A, of which the field covers a substantial part, and the broader parcel 10, which covers the Langley Valley and is a major part of the greenbelt gap between Stevenage and Hitchin. Applying paragraph 7 of the PPG would appear to immediately preclude this land from being classified as grey belt. In a supplementary document published last night, the planning officer cites the inspector's opinion in respect of Wandon End that the site there is grey belt because it makes only a moderate contribution to purpose A. Quite. That is precisely the point. It is not a strong contribution, which is the case for both purposes A and B in respect of the Spurbury Solar site. The planning officer notes that the Wandon End inspector gave only little weight to the 2016 Greenbelt Review findings, but he did give some weight. The 2016 review is clear that at least half the Spurbury Solar land makes a strong contribution to greenbelt purposes, and if anything, the contribution of this land to greenbelt is now even stronger. West Stevenage is progressing, and the 50 megawatt Priory Farm solar project just down the road in Wymondley has recently been approved. The green belt between Stevenage and Hitchin is being steadily eroded, and if the Spurbury Solar site project goes ahead, there will hardly be any of it left. There cannot be a stronger argument that this land makes a strong and significant contribution to greenbelt purpose, and the time to assert this is now, before it's gone forever. Otherwise, the logical conclusion of the planning officer's analysis is that any part of the greenbelt could be classified as grey belt. Even if there are doubts about the Greenbelt Review, then there must also surely be doubts that its conclusions can simply be ignored. If the committee has any doubts that this matter is not clear, then the answer must be that this decision is deferred and time is taken to conduct a proper evaluation of today's greenbelt value between Hitchin and Stevenage, and whether any of that land can be classed as grey belt. The relatively limited cost of this exercise will be far less than the potential costs of a flawed decision being challenged and the loss of some of our most important greenbelt, which will harm all of us for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any points of clarification from the speaker? Peter? No? In which case...
Ask through the chair if members could pull up the Wymondley Parish Council letter of the 10th of June from their packs, registered on the 14th for a map that I will refer to. Thank you.
Thank you. The members should all have that.
Yeah.
You have.
Right. My name is Paul Harding, Parish Councillor in Wymondley. I'd like to underline Peter's statements on grey belt with reference to the plan that I provided to you in that pack that focuses on the Stevenage-Hitchin gap. It highlights the solar arrays, the proposed housing developments, as well as the built environment that is washed over by the greenbelt. The narrow and strategic gap is under pressure from both housing as well as renewable infrastructure. I wish to particularly focus on key aspects that were not considered in the officer's report. Firstly, no mention was made of the impact of the safeguarded land at Stevenage West. The land is safeguarded for development and as such must be protected by Greenbelt. Land west of the A1M has already been granted planning permission for over 1,300 homes, just in November 24, together with access routes into the safeguarded land. We believe that the officer should take into account this, as the land is certain to be brought forward for development in the next few years. So the actual gap is more like 100 metres than the kilometre quoted. Furthermore, development on the edge of Hitchin results in a finger of continuous urban influence extending close to the solar array's western boundary, reducing the visible gap to a minimum. The solar site, which is 1.5 kilometres from end to end, will lead to a perceived narrowing of the gap, clearly reducing separation and creating the feeling of coalescence between Stevenage and Hitchin, both physically and functionally. This is strong reasons to retain it as Green Belt. The second omission is in respect to the cumulative impact. Only cursory mention is made of the 88 hectares Great Wymley solar array. The impact on this is the strategic gap is immense, as you can see, especially considered in conjunction with the developments to the north of Stevenage, Gravely and Wymley WY1 site. The third aspect is the proposal sustainable impacts of openness, spatial and functional. This is a glorious area of open, rolling, arable land with open views to the skyline, as you've seen. Panels will introduce a hard and reflective grid across the south-facing slopes, visible from Hertfordshire Way and as far as Preston. We believe that this cumulative impact on the well-being of current and future residents of our village and hamlets, being penned in an industrial fenced environment, should carry significant weight when considering this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any points of clarification for the speaker? No, in which case our third public speaker, I believe, is Andy Hammond. Andy, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, councillors. My name is Andy Hammond. I live immediately adjacent to the proposed solar farm, and I operate a vineyard on land directly bordering the site's southern edge, which has been referred to as the Wick Estate. The application is essentially the same proposal this council overwhelmingly rejected 18 months ago. I was here that evening. The reason for refusal remains valid: unacceptable harm to the Greenbelt and to the rural landscape. The Greenbelt versus Greybelt issue has been addressed by the previous speakers, and I'll leave you to consider that based on the information they have provided. Firstly, the site lies within the Greenbelt and comprises Grade 2 and 3A agricultural land, designated as best and most versatile under the National Planning Policy Framework. It currently produces approximately 200 tonnes of wheat annually, contributing to local and national food security. The NPFF makes it clear development on such land should only occur in exceptional cases. This proposal, in my opinion, does not qualify. Secondly, this project is not in isolation. Solar farms at Great Wymondley, Walden End and Bygrave have already been approved. Great Wymondley, within the same council ward, covers over 200 acres. Taken together with house building in the area, this adds up to a dramatic erosion of our countryside's character. Thirdly, this application has drawn serious objections from key consultees: Natural England, Place Services, your own planning consultant, the conservation team, and both parish councils have raised formal concerns. Their professional input deserves real weight in your decision. Fourth, construction is expected to last up to a year, with work scheduled 7 days a week. This will cause substantial disruption, noise, dust and traffic for a quiet rural community. Local roads are already narrow and under pressure. Should this scheme be approved, we ask for serious mitigation, restricting working days, enforcing a robust traffic plan and ensuring environmental oversight, and actually to be involved in the construction management plan through representation with the local parish council. Fifthly, there is a real risk to local ecology and adjoining land. Our vineyard is especially vulnerable. dust disruption, drainage, flooding, habitation loss, and microclimate changes could seriously threaten its viability. An investment of over £100,000 with no contact from the person proposing this at all to even discuss the matter. Finally, the community gains nothing from this proposal. Components are imported, contractors are from outside the area. There is no discounted energy schemes. Jobs and job creation is negligible. The only people who really benefit are the landowner, the developers, and the investors. And who guarantees who removes it after it's completed its service life? In conclusion, this isn't opposition to green energy, it's a plea for balanced development. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Councillors, do we have any points of clarification from Andy? No? Then if we move on to our member advocate, Councillor Rolf Muntzer. Rolf, you've got 5 minutes. I'll let you know when you've got a minute left.
Well, colleagues, we know the term and the definition of grey belt is very much in its infancy, having been introduced by the government last year. And when you picture grey belt, I'm sure that you picture some scrubland opposite a train station or a motorway, or it may even be a parcel of land of which is situated next to an adjacent a settlement like a village or a town. I'm sure what you don't picture is high-grade agricultural greenbelt land in a rural setting. That is this site. And as such, I am confident, having heard the arguments of which have been put forward by the public speakers to my right, that you can be confident this land is not grey belt as defined, but it is in fact green belt land. And as such, it is the green belt test of which you ought to be applying when you are making a determination and judgment with respect to this application. And I think it's important that we look at the context here, particularly in firstly the location of which this is situated in. It is quite clear the value of the greenbelt land of which this is designated. It is designed and designated in order to prevent urban sprawl from Stevenage and Hitchin, two very clearly defined settlement boundaries, but settlements of which are proposed in the relevant local plans, both in the North Herts local plan and in the Stevenage proposals, to expand and further encroach on that buffer between them. And this land helps to preserve the character of North Herts, but also the communities of which are situated and will be impacted directly by these proposals. St Hippolyte's, Gosmore, Little Wymanley and Great Wymanley, all villages that have a very unique character and history of which ought to be protected. And then if you take a look at solar farms across North Hertfordshire, because not too far from this proposed site, we have got the Wymanley solar farm, of which was approved. And we, of course, have got Wandon End and Bygrave. In total, over the last year, North Hertfordshire has seen 150 hectares of solar farms approved across the district. That is a sufficient contribution towards renewable energy and our fight against climate change, because ultimately none of us here are opposed to ensuring that we're increasing renewable energy, because ultimately that is about energy security. But we also must consider the impact on food security. And as Andy has rightfully said, the agricultural quality of over 50% of this site is very good, with the remainder being of a good quality. And the officer report omits to mention this, that the agricultural land on this site is in the upper half of the agricultural land classification. It's not very poor, it's not poor, nor is it moderate quality of agricultural land. And there are significant concerns which exist surrounding the highways access to the site. Whilst I will concede the point that once this has been developed, the highways access will be minimal. However, during the construction phase, which is likely to take over a year, we are going to see particularly large construction vehicles accessing this site using wholly unsuitable single-track country lanes without due consideration to providing upgrade improvements to local roads, such as passing places. Spurbury Hill and Little Amshoe Lane already are congested roads, and this is only set to make those issues worse. But in fact, this site fails to deliver in its entirety to contribute to the local community, despite the disruption of which is going to be impacted and experienced by the residents of which I represent. So I am confident that you can refuse this application based on the arguments of which you have heard this evening. However, if you are not with me, then I would ask that you consider a deferral of this application.
1 minute.
For the officer has written a report on the basis of the land covering half of the site, making a limited contribution to the Greenbelt. It is in fact incorrect for that assumption to have been made, because it is in fact the case that the land does make a substantial contribution to the Greenbelt. Therefore, I would submit to you that the report of which is before you tonight, of which you are going to determine this application on, is fundamentally flawed, and that this is a material consideration which ought to be reviewed and revised and allowed for the officer for the time to revise this report so that members have accurate information when determining a decision of which is of a significant nature within our district, but will have a significant impact on the residents of which I represent. So I would ask that if you're not with me on a refusal, please defer this application so you are able to make a decision based on the facts and up-to-date facts. And that concludes my submissions, unless I can be of any further assistance.
Thank you, Councillor Muntzer. Do the committee have any points of clarification from Councillor Muntzer? No? In which case, we'll move on to the applicant's representative, Nick Roberts. Nick, you have 5 minutes. I'll let you know you have a minute left.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. The proposed solar farm, supported by battery energy storage, will generate renewable electricity, and in doing so will displace fossil fuel generation and therefore contribute towards the fight against climate change. North Herts Council is one of the authorities that are at the forefront of this fight. You declared a climate emergency in 2019 and have committed to becoming a net zero carbon district by 2040 in just 15 years' time. Thus, you stand as a vanguard for the delivery of Net Zero UK, which in turn will support the country's future economic growth and well-being by building up much-needed British energy security. You will have read the comprehensive officer report for our application, which we fully endorse. I will limit repetition, except to say, a solar scheme was put before the council on this site in 2022 and refused in November 23. The recommendation to refuse that proposal was described by our officers being very finely balanced. You've now heard we've improved the current scheme, reducing its area, the number of solar panels, whilst maintaining its generating capacity. We've increased the standoffs from properties, and we've added nearly 3,000 square metres of new woodland planting. Thus, we believe, even if all other things remained unchanged, the balance now clearly rests in favour of supporting the application. However, all things have not remained unchanged. Not only has the scheme improved, in December last year, national policy on Greenbelt fundamentally changed in a way which provides greater support for the scheme. As your officer's report describes, under the change in national policy, the scheme is no longer considered to constitute inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. As such, the planning balance tips definitively in favour of the application. I would also add that your officer's analysis of national policy and application of that policy in relation to Greybelt is correct. National policy and guidance is quite clear. You do not look at pre-existing Greenbelt assessments where large parcels have been assessed for their sensitivity. You have to look only at the site and at the site within its site boundaries. Delivering the renewable electricity that North Herts and the wider UK needs is a huge challenge. To put it in perspective, to deliver net zero in North Herts, there will need to be over 750 hectares of new solar developments. That's approximately 25 schemes of the size of the one before you tonight. You are genuinely in a position where you have not done your bit, so to speak. It's well documented that probably the largest hurdle to delivering renewables is providing sufficient grid connection points, and the grid connection capacity is causing widespread delay. The site put forward to you today benefits from a committed connection to the national grid and is able to be delivered and connected without any delay, and can begin generating well in advance of the government's plan to have clean power by 2030. Furthermore, the scheme is located immediately adjacent to its point of connection, i.e. Wymanley substation. It's a prime opportunity, and one which we say, and your officers agree, should not be missed. As such, we would urge you to endorse your officer's recommendation and approve the application, and do so in the knowledge that the council has both secured an improved scheme and taken a significant step forward in delivering its net zero commitment. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Nick. Do the committee have any points of clarification from the applicant's representative? No? Oh, sorry. Councillor Debenham.
Thank you, Chair. We heard from one of the objectors that the construction plan is to 7 days a week. Is that true? And if it is, would you be prepared to meet with local people to modify that to suit them better?
Sorry, thank you. I don't believe so deliveries, no, construction hours are proposed are not 7 days a week. It's proposed to be 5.5 days a week, I believe. Monday to Friday, 07:30 to 1800. Sorry, I do apologise. And reduced hours on Saturday and Sunday. It is 7 days a week that's proposed at the moment. But delivery hours and noise generating activity on the site can only take place Monday to Friday and Saturday mornings. So fixing of panels or non-noise generating activity, and no vehicular deliveries on Saturday afternoons and Sundays.
Okay. Do we have any further points of clarification? No? In which case, we'll go back to Ben to sum up. And Ben, in that summation, can I ask you to make clear the definition around grey belt land and whatever, because it is clearly fundamental to this and it is very new for all of us.
Sure, thank you, Chair. So do you want me to start with the definition of grey belt? If that'd be useful. Let me just find that. Just bear with me. Apologies, it's a long report. So the National Planning Policy, National NPPF defines grey belt land as it's either previous developed land or any other land in either case that does not strongly contribute to the purposes A, B, or D in paragraph 143 of the NPPF. So grey belt excludes land where the application of the policies relating to the areas of or assets in footnote 7 of the NPPF, other than green belts, would also provide a strong reason for refusal or restricting development. So policies in footnote 7 would refer to important habitat sites, triple SIs, greenbelt, that's excluded in this case, local green space, national landscape, a national park, heritage coast, etc. Designated heritage assets, which was relevant in this case, but again, would provide a strong reason for refusal. So in this case, we've carried out the grey belt assessment. The planning practice guidance sets out quite detailed a method of how you'll go about assessing whether the site is grey belt. I think it'd be good to address the green belt review in this case. The reason why we can only apply very limited weight to a green belt review is because the purpose of the green belt review is to sort of assess greenbelt boundaries, and it obviously covers much wider parcels. Greybelt refers to the site, not to a wider area, which is what Greybelt review does. So therefore, it's not really, whilst yes, there is a mistake in the report, it's not really that relevant in making the that assessment because of what is set out in the planning practice guidance. So hopefully that helps clarify a bit of what Grey Belt's all about. Shall I address some of the other concerns raised? Thank you. So in regards to the grades of the farmland, it is grade 3A and grade 2. So 3A is good and 2A 3A is good and 2 is very good, I believe, for which most of the district falls within. However, national policy statements, EM3 sets out that ground-mounted solar arrays do not need to be prohibited on agricultural land. The land will still be farmed in terms of there'll be grazing of sheep. That in itself would not require planning permission, so that could change use at any time, whether or not there's solar panels on there. And also, this is a temporary permission of 40 years, after which the solar array will be decommissioned and returned back to its current use of farming. In terms of construction traffic, we can control this through the construction traffic management plan, where you can find out more details. Obviously, we already have a transport statement which sets out a lot of information, but we can control this further. This condition would also help control hours of working hours on site. And separately to that, environmental health would control separately working hours on site. So they, in their own separate legislation, would not allow development on a Sunday, and there would only be restricted hours on a Saturday. But otherwise, yes, Monday to Friday is controlled within, I believe, 7 till 5 or 6. I think that's all the points I'd like to address at this point. But feel free to ask more questions about Grey Belt. I can clarify.
Thank you. Councillor Prescott, I sense you have a question.
Yeah, I'm confused a little. I understand the concept of Grey Belt, which is kind of low quality green belt, essentially, previously developed land or whatever. But when we're talking about high quality agricultural land, which we've been told, you just said that a big chunk of this plot is high quality agricultural land. Are we really comfortable with redesignating that grey when, to all intents and purposes, it has significant value we're all talking about energy security, I get that, but what about food security? Are we really, really comfortable designating it grey when there is a huge need for green?
I just remind the officers they don't have to answer a rhetorical question, but if there's a factual one in there you wish to answer, it's fine.
There was a question in there. How dare you?
Okay. So we do consider the land and its quality, but as I said, it will still be farmed, used for grazing, which in itself would not require planning permission. I think that is something worth considering in this assessment.
So I'm keen to supplement because I love the discussion about Grey Belt. It's actually quite interesting for me, but I'll start out with the agricultural land. So we've got to separate out the considerations here. So agricultural best and most versatile land. I think it's really interesting what the inspector said in the Wandon End decision about food security, which is that under even the most ambitious scenarios for solar farms, the solar farms would at best occupy less than 1% of the agricultural land in the country. So food security, in terms of how inspectors deal with agricultural best and most versatile land, that is the response we can expect. In terms of food security, quoting from the solar and protecting our food security and best and most versatile land written ministerial statement. So separate from that, we've got the Grey Belt considerations. Now, Ben did an excellent job sort of explaining his report. I agree with him. Whilst we have referred to the grey belt assessment, which Ben said is for different purposes, we also then went on to assess the site itself, which is what the PPG asked us to do. One of the reasons why the green belt assessment can't be given significant weight is that the parameters and the methodology that's used in the green belt assessment is outdated. The PPG give us very clear instructions as to what does and doesn't contribute, strongly, moderately and limited, to each of the purposes that we've got to assess. I believe it was Councillor MacDonald actually that commented on the Wandon End decision about the physical boundaries, and that's because the inspector was assessing whether it had a moderate contribution to urban expansion of urban land, because it is immediately adjacent to Luton, or that particular site is immediately adjacent. So one of the criteria to be in moderate, if you are immediately adjacent, is that it has to have some kind of physical boundary. But when you're assessing something that isn't immediately adjacent, such as this, you have to consider it separately. You have to consider different criteria. So you might not necessarily apply the same requirements for different sites that have different separating distances from urban areas. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you very much. Councillor Billing.
Mine's a bit of a random question, I think. In the report, it says that there's a police architectural liaison officer objection, and the comments are available on the council's website. I haven't been able to find it, and I just wondered if there was an outline as what the objection was.
Let me just see if I can find it myself. Bear with me. I think so from memory, their objections were regarding the monitoring of CCTV within the site, and they were also raising concerns about sort of, regardless of what you do, there may still be instances of crime. But so in my opinion, the applicant has addressed concerns by providing more information, which I should have put, I think is put on the website and addressed in the report, setting out that reasonable measure being put in place to address their concerns. I'll have to get their comments up as to whether it was an objection or just concerns raised.
Jarvis.
Yeah, just back to the question of grey belt, and my understanding of what you've said is that in terms of an assessment of whether another piece of land is grey belt, it has to be done on an individual site by site basis. I'm not clear, for example, whether or not that happens to be the area in the red line, whether or not it's the site. There's a road through the middle of this site, for example. So would it be assessed differently if they'd made two applications, one either side of the road? And I guess the other thing I don't understand is if you have to assess the contribution of every individual parcel of land, I can't see how you're ever going to prove that an individual parcel of land prevents the coalescence of towns unless it's right next to the edge of a town. So it appears to me that if an applicant divides the land up into small enough pieces, the green belt doesn't exist anymore. Now, that may have been the government's intention, I don't know, but that's certainly not the way it's been conveyed. Is that really the position here?
Again, you can ignore the
You can answer the factual question.
You don't have to
tell me what you think about the government.
Not commenting on the government. So if I go through, I believe your question is about neighbouring towns merging into each other. So it might help if I go through the PPG. It's quite short in respect to its qualifying criteria. So a strong contribution is an area that contributes strongly to merging of towns or villages, is likely to be free of existing development and include all of the following features: forming a substantial part of a gap between towns, and the development of which would likely result in the loss of visual separation of towns. Moderate is forming a small part of the gap between towns, being able to be developed without the loss of visual separation between towns. This could be, but is not limited to, due to the presence and close proximity of structures, natural landscapes, elements, or topography that preserve visual separation. And weak or none does not form part of a gap between towns, or form part of a gap between towns, but only a very small part of this gap without making a contribution to visual separation. I do note your point, however, about very cumulative, very small sites can make a difference. If there is another solar farm or residential development proposal, after another proposal is approved within that gap, we would have to consider how much of that gap, the gap becomes smaller, I guess, each side of the development, and you would need to consider then whether that development forms part of a major gap. So you can take it on a case-by-case basis in that sense, because if you're in the middle of a gap and you approve a development there, if you approve a development next to it, suddenly you're infilling far more of the gap. In my opinion, that's how it would be appraised and assessed on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you.
It would be fair to say that there are some subjective decisions in what meets the PPG description, are there not?
Absolutely. It's a matter of planning judgment, as they say.
And we are here to judge this one, not the next one. Yes, absolutely. Councillor Prescott.
Thank you. I'm not going to ask about Greybelt, not for the time being. I want to talk about road access for the construction and the delivery vehicles. I don't know the area particularly well, to be honest with you, but I'm assuming because it's predominantly rural, none of the roads are going to be particularly hefty roads. They're not going to be comfortable taking trucks, which we understand are going to be delivering at least 5 days a week. Is anything going to happen to improve the quality of the roads to make them more suitable? Is the applicant making any kind of contribution to improving the roadways? What are the access routes? What are we doing to mitigate any harm to the roads? There are a few questions in there.
Okay, yep. So there'll be 3 access routes, one via Stevenage Road, which would be to the east of Redcoats, down through the north of the site, and then there'll be 2 access points onto Elmshoe Lane. So there's no section 106 as part of the application because it's not required. So we can't ask the developer to contribute towards improving roads. It's not part of the scheme. However, we have attached a construction traffic management plan which sets out kind of your delivery routes, what your methods of management of delivery, the kind of the phasing, methods of accessing the site, including vehicle routing, and how details of how that construction traffic would be managed to try and reduce congestion and issues like that. So there's a condition in place to help with that and help manage it as best as possible during the temporary construction phase. And obviously, once the site's been constructed, that is then, well, the lane should return back to normal.
Councillor Prescott.
Just quick follow on. Can we restrict the size of the vehicles so that you don't get these huge, great big trucks going up and down the roads?
I guess it depends on the size of the vehicle required to deliver the panels. I'm not too sure on what's needed by the developer. I suppose we could, within that condition, we could find out more information about the type of delivery vehicles that would be required. And then that will go to the Highways Authority to consider whether or not that would be appropriate along those roads. Because obviously the Highways Authority will have to make sure that what is happening is safe. Yeah.
Sorry, just to supplement that, part of the construction traffic management plan says that they have to set out numbers of daily construction vehicles, including details of their sizes at each phase of the development.
What I was talking about is, I appreciate they've got to set out the details, but what I was saying is from even a local resident's point of view, do they want big heavy trucks rumbling past their door effectively 5 or 6 days a week? So could we take the initiative and with the Highways Authority to actually restrict the size of those vehicles? I'm not trying to be awkward. I'm just trying to alleviate some of the potential problems.
I may be working on the assumption that they require that detail so that they can appraise whether there's any harm as a result of the size of those vehicles and then mitigate it appropriately within the transport statement if the Highways Authority feel those vehicles are inappropriate or cause any material harm, they can refuse to approve the details.
Councillor McDonnell.
Just to follow up on the vehicles, a lot of the roads around this area have a 5-ton limit. So I'm just wondering if that is going to have an impact on
the exception for access.
Okay, true.
Okay. If I can add, I'm assuming highways have contributed to this application. They must presumably be aware what vehicles are involved. I don't know. Maybe I'm assuming too much. Right. Councillor Cowan, is that a new light, Councillor Jarvis?
Completely different question. Nothing about vehicles and nothing about grey belt. There's a discussion in the report about the significant visual impact. And it seems to me that although we clearly do need solar generation, one of the impacts it has in the wrong location is additional visual impact. I know I'm presumably right in thinking that significant visual impact is an issue whether or not it's green belt, grey belt, or neither of those. So that is presumably something that we should be taking into consideration, whether or not the visual impact is acceptable in this site, regardless of the status of the site. Is that correct?
Yep, so we have taken it into consideration and we've identified harm. In this case, we have identified conflict with the local plan. And therefore, because of that harm, we have to assess that against the benefits of the scheme and whether or not those benefits would outweigh that harm. In this case, I've assessed that the benefits would outweigh that harm identified.
On the basis it generates renewable energy.
Yeah, renewable energy and biodiversity net gain.
Both of which would be realised by a site that didn't have a significant visual impact, wouldn't it?
Well, so there's the reason that there's such a significant biodiversity net gain on this site, for example, just to take at that point, is because it's currently, I guess, quite an industrial agricultural field, doesn't really have any biodiversity on it. So that's why the increases that we're gaining here are so significant. And sorry, yes. So
sorry, it's a cornfield, so it won't have much biodiversity.
Yeah.
But a flat cornfield next to a motorway where there wasn't a visual impact, similarly wouldn't have much biodiversity. So, would it?
Yeah, but we're still getting a gain here, and therefore a significant weight in favour of the scheme, and because of that gain, because biodiversity is a key consideration, and it's a policy consideration to which we attach weight.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, well, I guess we're assessing the one in front of us, I guess, judging on. Right. I think we've exhausted questioning. So I've got another one of those long sentences, and I'm going to check this time if there's any additional bits to tack on the end. So the officer's recommendation is to grant permission with the amendments to Condition 4, Condition 9, Condition 12, Condition 16, Condition 18, Condition 24, Condition 25, Condition 27, the removal of Condition 10 and 11, and the addition of condition 29 as outlined in the supplementary documents pack. Are there any other? No. Yeah, I think we'll get caught again. Can I have a proposer of a motion to approve, refuse, or defer the application? Councillor McDonald, I think, was first.
I'm still really concerned about the really don't want to go on about it, but the grey belt versus green belt. And because this is the first thing that we've seen with this, I really do feel like we ought to consider this far more. And my proposal would be to defer and really look at the reclass of this land from green belt to grey belt before we make a decision. We could set a precedent going forward, and I think as a council, not precedent, but we just have to be sure of the implications of how we are managing this.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for proposal to defer? Councillor Prescott.
Yes, and I'll reserve my right to speak.
Okay.
Sorry, can I just take the reason for deferral, please?
Because this is the first application we're hearing between the grey belt and the green belt, there's still some uncertainty, and I think a lot of the questions perhaps lead us to think that actually we need to be really sure that this is grey belt rather than green belt. I don't know if anybody else agrees with that. And whether that could be a consideration.
Sam, you come in too after. I'm not sure if that would be a valid sort of deferral reason. The officers are here, they've determined whether it's green belt or grey belt. If you have questions to raise, I'm not sure what would be discovered by the next committee when it's heard again. Sam, do you want to come in?
I could just add that we, I believe, Ben, you have also covered off, if it is considered green belt, the very special circumstances within the officer report. So committee have information, if they were to consider it green belt and not grey belt, a recommendation in front of them that considers very special circumstances in the event that the committee members consider it not to be grey belt. We've put together a case report that covers that and says, in the event that you do consider it to be green belt, these are the very special circumstances that outweigh the benefit, outweigh the harms cumulatively. Is that correct, Ben? Thank you. But yes, I agree with Hammer that I'm not sure what we would bring back to committee later on that would be materially different to what we've already put forward with the amendment and the correction that we provided in the written update.
I'm just trying to think, Councillor, we're in debate at this stage. Okay, we're just kind of go on, Councillor Prescott.
Well, my impression is we're not debating; we're just deciding whether we can accept the proposal. And I think we heard that it was looked at in some detail, but some subjective decisions had to have been taken, and those subjective decisions are open to challenge. And I think that's what we're doing now. We've also heard some objectors who obviously are coming out from a different standpoint, and they're saying, no, we think the council's not right on this. We think the council's determination, or the officer's determination, that this is grey belt is not correct. It doesn't satisfactorily meet the criteria to be if you like, downgraded from green to grey. So I do think Councillor McDonald's proposal is valid. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, obviously, but I mean, I think we have consideration. We have concerns. I certainly have concerns, and I think we should step back and look again at it.
Sorry,
No, thank you, Councillor Prescott. My only issue is, I mean, you're learned councillors, and if you want to defer a matter, that's no problem. However, I need a legal reason to defer. Merely, we're not understanding grey belt, green belt. We've got our officers here who've done analysis, who are answering your questions. My only issue is, what if we were to defer and come back to the planning committee? What more information do you expect the officers to bring in front of you that will help you make a decision that you cannot make today? Respectfully.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind. Well, with respect to things, firstly, you're a experienced, qualified legal representative. I would trust you to come up with the legal justification for what we're trying to say. In my ham-fisted way, I would expect that you would be better to interpret what I'm trying to say and put it in a frame of words that would be acceptable. That's the first point. The second point is, I do think some of the comments that were made by the objectors, and particularly the gentleman who lives right next door to it and is himself, please don't, I'm not trying to insult you, but he is an agricultural person, a farmer or whatever. It's all right. He doesn't look too cross at what I just said. So he does have, I think the points that were made were fairly solid points. And I just think at this point in time, I'm uncomfortable with just accepting this downgrading of the land from green to grey. I heard also that it's high quality agricultural land. I heard that we're going to get additional biodiversity, but we can get additional biodiversity if whoever owns the land decided to plant wildflower seeds, which I understand there is significant government grants to do. So there are alternatives, and I'm just not comfortable on the face of it, just accepting this downgrade from green to grey without any further investigation.
Councillor Mantle.
Completely at a loss to know what additional information we would get as a result of a deferral. A deferral should not be used as a way to avoid having to make up your mind. And I think on this one, we really have enough information to make up our mind. And quite accept quite a lot of what Councillor Prescott has said is a reason for refusing the application rather than accepting it. But I think we are not going to get any more information at the next meeting which would help us make the decision. We've really got to grasp the nettle and actually think through and make a decision and not treat a deferment as a way of avoiding making a decision.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
So if I said that I propose a refusal based on the categorization of subparcel 10A as having significant contribution to purpose A and significant contribution to purpose B, sorry, limited contribution to D, but significant to B, would that, because that's significant, right? That's significant impact.
I would have to advise in the first instance that you cannot refuse it on the categorization of the sub-parcel greenbelt. You would be subject to costs of appeal. You would have to consider the site. It has to be the site. You're perfectly free to determine what you like about the site, but I would definitely not mention subcategory 10A or any other parcel of the greenbelt that isn't relevant to this determination. We're only considering the site itself. I'm not saying you can't make that decision, but the only thing I would mention there is the reference to the sub-parcel and reference to the greenbelt review could potentially lead to cost award appeal because it's not relevant. The relevant thing is the site itself.
Okay. Councillor Prescott, you about to add to the debate?
Is this a debate now?
Yeah, what is, as I understand it, we have a motion to defer, and I guess we probably need to
Perhaps discuss reasons as to why you're deferring then.
Councillor, if I may, Councillor Mantle made a fair point. And he agreed with a lot of what I said, which is also good. I've heard, and I can only speak for myself, obviously, but I've heard a lot of things this evening, and I've read a lot of lot into the report that give me grounds for caution about approving this application. So if what we're hearing from officers and our legal representative is we don't really have solid grounds for deferral, and what would a deferral achieve, then I think I would be more minded to propose that we refuse. Refuse the officer's recommendation. No, what's the word? We reject the officer's recommendation and refuse the application.
Again, we would need, yeah, and again, we would need to be absolutely clear on that thing. So what we have in front of us is a motion to defer. So unless that is withdrawn, we will move to a vote on that. And if that is successful, we will decide to defer. And if that fails, then we'll have another motion, presumably. Is that?
No, sorry. So you can withdraw your motion to defer, or you can go ahead with it. It is something that we can't sort of ask. It's entirely up to you, Councillor. I don't know. Because it's been seconded by Councillor Prescott.
If we retract the, I'm still really unsure about this grey and green, and we've had weeks to read through this, and we've read through it. The fact that this site is pretty big, it extends Hitchin towards Stevenage. There's significant harm to the landscape. What will happen is loads of planting, which will just completely block out any views across the landscape that we have. I just think there's harm, there's significant harm. So if I will then, what are the grounds for refusal then? Can I say that there's significant harm to the landscape?
So are you withdrawing your, yeah, okay, so that's withdrawn.
To clarify the records. And is the seconder content with that?
Yeah, no problem. They're not have to be.
Yes.
Okay.
And I still reserve my right to speak.
Okay, so now we're going ahead with refusal.
So now we need to formally we need to formally ask if anybody has. So we had a proposal to defer. That has now been withdrawn. So I go back to my original question, which can I have a proposer of a motion to approve, refuse, or defer the application? Councillor McDonald. I think Councillor McDonald was quicker to the button. Councillor McDonald. Yeah.
I'd like to propose that we refuse on grounds of impact, serious impact on landscape.
Right. Do we have a seconder for that proposal? Councillor Prescott.
As her faithful puppy dog, I will second that again. Seriously, I took the point that Councillor Mantle made, that I'm not actually sure what is to be gained by deferring, and therefore I think, as he said, we should grasp the nettle. I'm uncomfortable with it, and I will come back in the debate and explain why.
Yeah. We certainly need people to. Oh, sorry, you go. Go. No, I was just going to say, if we go into debate, if we are going to reject it, that's the decision of the committee. But we do need councillors to come and explain why. So yeah, because if there was an appeal, we have to be able to defend it. So we can't just say, well, we did because we did. We have to give reasons. So I will open to debate. Councillor Jarvis.
I mean, the report identifies that there is a significant visual impact. And that, I think, is something which not all sites that were capable of meeting the renewable energy need would suffer from. This one clearly does. And that's why I'm happy that we should refuse this on those grounds.
Thanks, Chair. You talk about a visual impact, negative visual impact. This site is next door to an absolute eyesore of the transforming station. I don't see how this is going to make it any worse. You talk about food security. We've currently got a situation where we have a farmer who doesn't want to grow any food. So, and it's right next door to the substation. Previous applications, the big argument against it was it's too far away from one. This is a site that's next door to a station with minimal amounts of nearby housing. Where else? It seems the perfect place to put a solar farm.
So, yeah, could I ask some members of the public to tone it down? Thank you very much. Right, other councillors, as I say, if we're going to take a decision to reject it, I think it is only right and proper that councillors express a view. So, Councillor Winstanley, you look like you're reaching slightly. No.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I agree with a lot of what Councillor Debenham said. I can't really. Yeah, I don't think we should refuse it. But yeah, I can't add much more to what Mick said. I agree with that.
Councillor Billy.
I take the point that the officer mentioned earlier is the environmental net gain, that there won't be pesticides on there, that there'll be more wildlife.
Councillor Prescott.
My concerns were firstly downgrading of the entire site from green to grey. I did take the point that was mentioned by one of the objectors that it is plugging up the gap that currently exists between, or is going some way to plug the gap that currently exists between Hitchin and Stevenage. I'm also concerned about the visual impact. I think the biodiversity net gain argument could be satisfied in a number of other ways. It doesn't have to have solar panels all over it for it to achieve a biodiversity net gain. And lastly, the point about the farmer that doesn't want to grow crops. We were shown picture after picture after picture of fields of, I don't know, wheat or barley or whatever the stuff is. We're certainly growing something there. So that argument doesn't stack up, with respect.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Thank you. I'm very conflicted with this. I am minded to refuse, but almost not for the reason that has been put forward, because my concern is still the fact that this greenbelt land in our local plan is being defined as grey belt, and I worry the precedent that sets for the rest of the greenbelt. And also, as a Royston councillor, for the rural areas beyond the greenbelt as well, is there anywhere that we would be in a position to defend against what might become inappropriate development? From the point of view of this location for a solar farm, I think probably it's relatively appropriate for it. But my concern is that defining this as grey belt land sets a precedence for the rest of the district.
Any further comments? No. Are we okay to move to a vote, or do we need any more? Whether Sam.
Sorry, I thought it was potentially appropriate just to gain some clarity on the reasons for refusal following the debate. I know we had a motion that was landscape character, but then there were also comments about grey belt. So I just need to know what reason for refusal we are going to formulate in the event that this vote passes. Is it grey belt? Is it landscape? Because they're two different policy considerations. You can. So I just want to know very clearly what the grounds of refusal are before moving to a vote and potentially having to issue a decision where I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to have to write down.
So can I ask committee members to clarify what our grounds are if we would? Sorry?
Be the proposer.
Be the proposer.
Your ground, which was significant visual impact on landscape. If you, I mean, yeah, it's
the council.
I'm saying is whether there's one reason.
I think that's.
Yeah.
I think as a right of reply, I do still have issues with this land being categorized as grey belt. It's green belt, and it should be kept as green belt and a buffer between Hitchin and Stevenage. And I do understand that there's all sorts of rules and policies where we can't take into account villages, but we do know that Hitchin and Gosmore and St. Hippolyte are very, very close together. And while they're villages, they do still sit right up against Hitchin. This solar farm also sits right up against a number of houses. It's not just 3 houses. There's a whole new development that we approved in this council chamber along that Spurbury Hill that is currently being built, that is right up against this solar farm. And we're proposing putting trees or something to buffer in between the solar farm and the houses, therefore closing off the openness of this area completely. You can see these fields from miles around, from all the roads. So it is going to have a huge visual impact on landscape and the openness. There must be more suitable land in and around North Hertfordshire. And I do realise that this is right next to the substation, but there's a solar farm in Wymondley, the Priory Solar Farm, which is miles away from this, what did I just call it? Substation, thank you. And actually, if we can run the wires to that from the Priory substation, we can certainly do it for another solar array slightly further away. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, Sam will summarise so we know what it is, exactly what it is we're standing on.
Obviously, got to be careful, not partaking in the debate. I'm just trying to summarise your reasons for refusal. So, if you are not sure that it is grey belt, and I understand that you've expressed sentiment about the site's contribution to restricting urban sprawl and merging of settlements, if I understand correctly, which means that you consider the site to be greenbelt and you're assessing it under greenbelt policy. And I believe I may be implying that you consider it to be inappropriate development in the greenbelt and no very special circumstances, otherwise you wouldn't be recommending refusal. And another reason being the landscape impact, which is a different policy consideration. I think that's as far as I can go without participating in the debate.
And the councillor's content that that sums up the thing. Okay. In which case, I think we're safe to move to a vote, unless anyone tells me differently, James.
Yeah.
So the proposal before us, I've got to get it right. The proposal before us is to reject the application. Yes. So we're voting yes if you want to reject it. No if you. That's clear. Yeah. It is for me.
Yes, to refuse.
So we're voting yes to refuse the application, or no not to. Okay. If we can vote, please.
That motion is lost, Chair.
So we're running out of options to vote on. In order to quick to think, you'll be next, Dave. Sorry, okay. So I have to go back. Can I have the only other option? Can we have a proposal of a motion to approve, refuse, or defer the application? We've been through two of those. Councillor Winstanley.
I would like to propose a motion that we approve this application.
Right. Sorry. Yes, go ahead.
The land has been determined as grey belt. Farmland is not lost. It's temporary, whether you agree with that definition of temporary or not. We need green energy. There will be advances at some point in nuclear fusion. So whether solar is obsolete within that 40 years, who knows, maybe that is Ian Mantle's crystal ball. But
Got one.
I say we approve it.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for that proposal? Councillor Mantle.
I'm happy to second and reserve my right
to speak. Okay. So we are open to debate. Sorry. I thought I was seeing things. Councillor Jarvis and then Councillor Billing.
So there's clearly a will of the committee to grant permission. The difficulty I have is we're also deciding that this land is grey belt. And actually that has implication that goes well beyond this one solar farm. So I can't support a proposal that says we agree this is grey belt, we're going to grant permission.
Who's next? Councillor Billing.
I just wanted to say that I'm going to be voting to approve it on the basis that I was voting against refusing it.
Debenham.
Well, just to say, it's totally ludicrous. You can't vote down all three proposals, so therefore we have to vote this in.
Please don't challenge people.
Technically, we haven't voted down the deferral. We didn't have a.
Yeah, that's true.
Sorry.
We could come. No, don't. Just don't tempt them. Don't tempt them. If there's no one, the only comment I would make is I think if we're not careful, we're in danger of having a national debate rather than one at the planning committee. Although I completely respect Councillor Jarvis's comments, we're not here, I guess, to define a national policy, but we are here to interpret it. So I guess it's a thin line. I'm interpreting. Yes, as is you're absolutely right, Councillor Jarvis. Right. In which case, are we safe to move to another vote? No other comment. Right. So the proposal in front of us now is to approve the application. So we're voting yes to approve or no, not to approve.
That motion is carried, Chair.
Can I thank councillors for what was, I think it is a challenging debate because we're in new ground, green or grey. So thank you to councillors for their sorry. Yes, song, yes. Thank you. Councillor Debenham.
But so going forward, Chair, that I mean, if a proposal is turned down, That's the end of it. We don't have another vote to vote in favour of refusing it. So surely voting against the refusal, that should be it. It seems a crazy pantomime to me.
As a technicality, you could have a second proposal for a different reason to refuse.
Yeah. Everybody's flashing up on here. Councillor Prescott, sorry, before I shut the meeting.
May I ask, it seems a bit bizarre to me. So I'm the new boy, or one of them. It seems a bit bizarre that before we can have a debate, someone has to make a proposal. And that proposal, by definition, means at least two people have predetermined the application. James is shaking his head vociferously there.
Only because we've had this debate recently. It's a discussion we'll take on board, and I'm more than happy to have that conversation.
It's too late to start talking about it tonight.
It's too late tonight, but that doesn't mean we won't talk about it at all. Yeah. I'm going to close the meeting at this point. Thank you very much for your perseverance and your patience, and thank you to the members of the public for your valuable views. Thank you.